All righty, let's get in here. Let's get in here. Yo, I'm back in the building. 10 minutes late, but I'm here. I'm back. Man, we're going to get into some things, man. We're going to look at a few documents, a couple of pictures, then we're going to get into the book reading, showing y'all a few things that have been happening here for a long time that they keep continuously covering up. We're looking at this right here. They're showing a description of a craft, right? 99.9 feet overall, 6 feet overall, right? Height, right? The diameter is 99.9 feet overall. The cabin, 18 feet across. Cabin to the rim edge is 41 feet. Top of the cabin raised 45 degrees above the level of the mean plane of the disc, right? The disc edge is 27. I think that's 27 inches or 27 feet, whichever, above the saucer base, slightly curved slope, upper and lower surface of the disc, right? Now let's get into this. Now we're talking about an area around Los Alamos, Albuquerque, Counselor, the Farmington, Hart Canyon, Aztec, crash site. Now y'all see what we was talking about with the crash site around Aztec, New Mexico, right? When they found the bovine blood in the cow parts and all that stuff and the human parts, we ain't gonna get into too much heinous detail or description of what they found there. But from what y'all know, what I told you before, they found some things on there that disturbed them deeply when they found out that people was being harvested and other animals. All right. And then you're seeing craft like this, gigantic craft, the infamous cylinder slash salsa slash, I say tic tac type shape. And this ain't even full tic tac because it's got an oblong almost shape to it. And then, of course, the infamous crop circles. These are the real pictures from documents. This is 100% right here. This ain't no college students going around playing tricks and pranks on people. Turn his mic up a little bit so y'all can hear me clear. We back in the building. Shout out to my dog Apollo, man. You already know, bro. I'm coming back in the building, man. I told you I had to get me some coffee and stuff, man. I'm already up, but I have to get it for my nerves. You know what I mean? Being pain and stuff, so I had to kind of stay on top. You know what I mean? And get things going. But this right here, another craft. Like I said, these are actual copies of the originals right here of things they've been seeing with the grades coming in out of here. Because I'm going to get into some stuff, man, and show you that it's no joke. That, yeah, we have it in the documents. That's why they don't like to boost this channel. They don't like to boost it up. You already know, bro, for sure, for sure. Appreciate you being in the building. Appreciate y'all, everybody coming in the building. You already know. But yeah, right here, man, you already see up in the mountains right here, forest area. This is a plain Jane map right here, black and white. What they're showing you, 3-color enhancement of this shape. So we got the actual color enhancement of this ship once again, right here, from this angle. All right. Now I do have a series of documents here, not that they mean a whole lot to us, but it's facts on facts of what we got right here. Director of the FBI. All right. Blank Blank is alleged to have told Blank Blank that Blank knows a prominent Denver, hold on, oil man named something Newton, right? Stas Newton or Stalas Newton, right? Also known as a mysterious Mr. X and an official of the Newton Oil Company, equipable building, Denver, Colorado. So Colorado, they have a lot of issues with UFOs out here, and it's one of the documents that this guy was in. Newton is claiming that he leased land in the Mojave Desert in California, and that on this land, a flying disc had been found intact with 18 3-foot tall human-like occupants, right? all dead on it, but not burnt. Further, that the disc was alleged to be a very hard metal and near indestructible. Blank is said to have exhibited a radio set. Blank purported to be a souvenir of the space disc. So y'all seeing what's going on here, man? I can get into these documents all day. I think I want to get into the books though, because this is showing you right here. I got all of it, man. I'm not playing no games, bro. You know what I'm saying? I got it all here. Everything. From everything around the mountains that was going on, dark shadows seen within a stand of trees in the left foreground provides a lower end to the exposure. That's a maximum of 12,500 feet. L is assumed for the luminance of the cloud, and approximately 1 foot L for the shadow area. The atmospheric clarity makes it almost impossible to judge separation distance between the camera and object by means of an extinction coefficient calculation. The negative measured 36 times 24 millimeters of photographic enlargement of the disk image provided for linear measurements. Its major axis on this print was 5.70 centimeters, while its minor axis was 1.60 centimeters for a width/height ratio of 3.556, I guess, centimeters or whatever, millimeters. The width of the dome protruding from the upper surface was 1.3 centimeters. And as you see, this continues on. But as you can see, let's zoom in. This craft right here, and then what appears to be clouds around here, right? But this is what they're talking about right here. Looks like the eyes of a gray almost. Different type of gray. Like I said, these craft are mostly beings right in front of our face, but we don't see it because we don't understand that level, right? Yeah, we do. We understand that level because I'm telling you. All right, stories of giant humans abound in other parts of South America. The Incas told tales of giants descending from the sky and having sexual intercourse with Inca women, right? An earlier record by Bernal Diaz del Castillo tells how the Spanish conqueror Captain Cortez shipped the thigh bone of a giant back to the king of Spain. They said that their ancestors had told them that in times past there had lived among them men and women of giant size with huge bones, right? Castillo stated that and because they were a very bad people of evil manners, they fought with them and killed them, and those which remained had died off. So basically, you got an idea of what was going on here, right? They're saying it was the evil manners, right? So what can we conclude from this, right? Because they're not really telling us right now, right? But from what we know from historical books and stuff that was written before our time, whether things were changed around or however it may be, is that the stories have always came out about them feasting off everything on the land to the point they was eating off each other. Same thing with beings coming out of Caucasus Mountains and everywhere else. They was eating each other. Even some of them eating the hell out of a lot of us out here, right? So that we could see how, look, right? He said, so that we could see how high and tall these beings were, right? They brought us the leg bone of one, which was very thick in the height of a man of ordinary stature, and that was the bone from hip to knee. We were all amazed at seeing these bones and felt sure that there must have been giants in this country. Our Captain Cortez said to us that it might be well to send the bone to Castell so that his majesty might see it. So we sent it with the first of our agents who went there. Agents, right? Always them agents come in there and cover up. You see that? Agents right there. Come in here, cover up stuff, right? Maybe the giants migrated to the impenetrable jungles of Brazil on May 16, 1966, the London Daily Mirror reported. So what you're seeing here, right, is a lot of beings that come back and forth through dimensional portals. This is what we've been dealing with for the longest. Like I told you, they had portals that opened up in the sky that came down here. And then they talk about what they did after that, right? Once they got here. So you seeing what's going on here. Maybe the giants migrated. Yeah, sure they migrated from world to world. A ferocious band of savages more than 7 feet tall, are terrorizing neighboring tribes in the Amazon jungle. The existence of the savages was revealed by a group of Brazilian air cadets who went on a course of adventure training in the jungle. According to the cadets, the giants are known locally as the Crimicore, right? So peace-loving tribes of Indians on reservations in the Zing region of Mato Grosso lived in terror of them. The cadets said they tried to make contact with the giants but failed. Yeah, because they just snatched you up. They started eating people. Man, they ate everything. Everything. They was eating everything. They, from the fallacies that they told us, right? We see what's going on now, right? When you go back and read these books, you start to see a bigger picture here. Members of the friendly Kapalos tribe living on a reservation, right, told the cadets that their tribe had captured a small Crimicore boy who grew to be nearly 7.5 feet tall. But he became so strong and rebellious as he grew up that he was condemned to death by the chief and executed. He wasn't even a part of what y'all was in. Y'all should have known what time it was anyways. And then whatever y'all had him doing, probably had him doing all the work because they feel like, oh, he's the strongest out of the group. He looking at like y'all just using me. You know what I mean? So he rebelled. Maybe in that sense, or maybe it's just in the nature for rebellion. You know what I mean? Not going to be told what to do, how to do, when to do. 3 Britons plan an expedition next year to the area in which the giants live to study different types of Indians. The Britons, members of an Anglo-Brazilian scientific reconnaissance group, are Alistair Mackenzie, Ian Bishop, and David Hunt. They are already on their way to the Amazon basin. So what it's looking like now is these people overseeing themselves as the authority over others. And they was going to check in and go in that land and see and do what they see as fit, what they wanted to do in the lands. That's why you had a lot of these beings in these areas that protected certain areas that were considered what? Sacred, right? So they considered them as savages whole time. At the same time, some of these beings won't doing exactly what they say. We heard the stories of giants eating people and going crazy in the land. They was eating everything, right? But then when you go back in history and start to look at something a little bit different, bigger in the pictures, that they was coming in here. They knew they was coming in here to take these people land on all lands from every jungle. Papua New Guinea is one of the tribes they haven't touched because of the deep roots seated in what you would call witchcraft. But it's them tapped in with the Most High. The power that they have is an unfathomable power due to what? They kept their peace with God. They kept their inner, the understanding of the world and the things around it. So therefore, these beings who came in here with alter egos and altered agendas were ran up out of here. You get what I'm saying? They was ran up out of there. As so often happens in these odd stories, the rest is silence. In Italy, archaeologists were baffled by the discovery of the bones of 50 tall men in the spring of 1969. Workman excavating a factory site at, Terracina, 60 miles south of Rome, uncovered 50 child coffins, which bore neither inscriptions nor designs. Each coffin contained the bones of a man measuring from 6 to 7 feet tall, very tall by Roman standards, right? State archaeologist Dr. Luigi Cavallucci examined the remains and said they were all apparently between the ages of 35 and 40 years old, right? Their teeth, he noted, were in unusual good condition with little indentation of decay. The date this mass burial took place was not immediately determined. Sounds like they want big meat eaters when it comes to this one, because that usually causes a lot of tooth decay, sugars and meat, and you get proteins different ways. You get what I'm saying? You get proteins and different minerals that our bodies need for sustenance and sustainment different ways. But it sounds like from the condition of the teeth, they weren't out here just eating people. For the ones they found, at least. Sounds like they were looking at a hierarchy of people. The only theory was that the tall man had been picked members of a special Roman military force and had all died in battle. So they thought they were special picked members. When over time, these is just the way these people were buried, right? However, this idea was disputed because it was the practice to bury warriors in full armor with all the trappings. Not always. Not always. A lot of the warriors' gear was considered as souvenirs or sacred. So they kept that for themselves, right? And then all that was dug up by archaeologists and stolen over time or buried in secrecy. So the mystery remains. Where did 50 men from 6 to 7 feet tall originate? How did they die? And why did they all share a common grave? It's just like right now with these crazies out here talking about 6 foot dread heads, which I'm one of them. They're so obsessed with our height when there's so many people in different races over that height. It's the power that come with it, though, with your mind, with your ether. A giant skull was found in a cliff dwelling 30 miles south of Winslow, Arizona. It was so big that a size 7 and a 1/8 Stinson was placed on it, was placed on it and looked like one of those tiny hats merrymakers wear on New Year's, according to Jesse J. Benson in his book, Cow by the Tail. It had a gold tooth. See what I'm saying? So our people were some giants back in the day, man. Some of our people was unfathomably tall. You know what I mean? They was giants. And they try to always say who's the savages. They had these youngins call themselves savages now and demons, right? So you see what it points back to, the people that it points back to when you look into history, the historical facts. That's why they would not dig up now one of those mounds from us mound builders and go test and see what that real DNA is, because they already done it. They're not going to do it publicly and tell you that these people are who the people are. They try to tell you that Sasquatch and everything else beyond in those mounds, but not our bloodlines, right? So right here it's saying it had to go to, did Charles Dawson pay a visit to Arizona, or shall we blame Hugh Troy? Back to Charles Fort, and who they talking about right here previously in this book were some people who were scam artists, who were people who were corrupted. They was actually getting over on people, showing them fake materials, pushing their own agenda. You get what I'm saying? Scamming people out their money, even back then. Same thing they're doing right now. Stealing and, killing. Back to Charles Fort, who found an interesting article in the American Journal of Science, right? 326-139, about footprints embedded in a block of sandstone near Carson, Nevada. They were 18 to 20 inches long. In Ohio, a copper axe was found in a mound. Here we go. The copper carbonated beings. Okay, we want just this size. At one point, they cut down all the gigantic trees and cut down the amount of hydrogen that our the true beings, who we are, were breathing in. All right, they cut it down to a level to make it sustainable down here for the other beings to come here, manipulate, and control. I'm telling you the sauce off the rip. This is not in this book. But a bigger one was found in Wisconsin. It was carved out of stone, 28 inches long, 14 inches wide, and 11 inches thick. It weighed 300 pounds. What? What kind of man could swing such axes? Perhaps Paul Bunyan wasn't a myth after all. Y'all know we won't never a myth. They never was a myth. Thing is, people didn't capture the point in history where the point we were larger, we was gigantic. They got to keep your energy boggled down now. They got to feed you all types of stuff that ain't going to supplement your body. It just gives you substance for the time. And with that substance comes many ailments, because the things we're not supposed to be eating, right? So we don't grow to the size that we were. A lot of us have out of this world abilities. You got players in football, all types of sport, who have different abilities. Some of us have DNA they call junk DNA. That is a DNA that is used for something. Whether we forgot how it's used or what, they know. They've been studying us, man. They study everything about our frame and our awareness. They study our minds in school through programs. The Delaware Indians believed that their tribe once lived in the Wild West but migrated eastward. In those days, the land east of the Mississippi was inhabited by a race of giants who built mighty cities and fortifications, right? They were called the Allegheny or Allegheny. Yeah. Both the Allegheny River and mountains were supposedly named after them. The migrating Indians asked for permission to pass through the Allegheny country, right? Permission was refused. The Indians went to war against the giants and eventually drove them out. The Allegheny fled westward down the Ohio River and up the Mississippi into Minnesota. Now that's where the Ohio thing come in about the redhead giants and stuff we talked about. They came through the portals, just like Canada, Afghanistan, right? The giants that live up in the mountains up there in Afghanistan, same type, right? They ran them into a mountain in Ohio, right into the cave system in the mountain, and then set that cave on fire because they knew this cave entrance didn't have a way out. They came through a portal, and for some reason, when they got in the caves, they couldn't portal out. They couldn't teleport out. They got in there. They burnt the whole front entrance, smothered them in fire and soot, and then when we found the bones, Smithsonian went in there and covered it up. And that's no alleged. Yeah, they did that. They had the bones. They still got a lot of the, past artifacts of this time that they do not want to tell us because it doesn't line up with their predated, Christianity and all the other religions they put on the table. Yeah, there's the Most High. Most High is not pleased with the lies. The Sussex Indians have another legend, right? When they lived in Minnesota, a race of giants appeared there and were exterminated by the Indians. So we have two widely separated legends from two different tribes. One claims they successfully drove the giants westward. The other claims they were on hand when the fleeing giants arrived. Those giants left their bones in Minnesota to lend credence to the story. Volume 1 of the Minnesota Geological Survey and Aborigines of Minnesota gave the details of many finds of monstrous human skeletons. So you see a lot of our people was running people up out of here. You see what I'm saying? They was running them up out of here. Mound diggers at La Crescent found a large copper skillet and bones of men of huge stature. Mound 7 miles southwest of Chatfield, Minnesota, yielded 6 skeletons of men of enormous size. The St. Paul Pioneer Press, June 29, 1888, reported that the remains of 7 persons, 7 or 8 feet tall, were found in a mound. The skulls had receding foreheads and teeth were double all the way around, not like those of the present race of men. Just like with the dog man, we come to find out that the dog man has double rows of teeth, right? And some of the other beings that they don't want to speak about have double rows of teeth, just like these predated skulls they were found that had double rows of teeth around the world, right? And these are giants. According to the St. Paul Globe, August 12, 1896, the skeleton of a huge man was dug up on the Beckley Farm at Lake Kronos, right? At Moose Island Lake, the remains of 7-foot-tall man were discovered, right? Near Pine City, several more outlandish skeletons were dug up. And at the Lone Mound outside Warren, Minnesota, 10 more bodies of gigantic size, both men and women, were produced in 1882. A slender link was found in the Grand Mound in Tecoska, right, County, Minnesota, when seashells from either California or the Gulf of Mexico were discovered amongst large skulls and bones. How did California seashells end up in a mound in the wilds of Minnesota? Obviously, like they said, right? Somebody must have carried them there, and that somebody was from the evidence of giant. The McKinstry mounds are not far from the Grand Mound, and it was there that 100 more skeletons were found. Some of them represent men over 10 feet tall. Y'all hearing this, man? Back in 1833, a group of soldiers in Lompoc Rancho, California, dug up the remains of a man 12 feet tall. He was surrounded by giant weapons and carved seashells. The skull disclosed a double row of teeth. Once again, excavating workmen came upon another oddity in 1891 near Creighton, right, Arizona, when their shovel suddenly struck a huge stone coffin, which apparently once held the body of a man 12 feet tall. A carving on the granite case indicated that he had 6 toes. See, these areas, a lot of these disembodied spirits and stuff were still there too. So when you see these people going missing around Granite Stone, Court Stone, Boulder Fields, look at what's buried there already and what was done on that land. 6 toes, not far from the tiny hamlet of Braytown, Tennessee. There's a rock clearly impressed with more giant footprints. They seem to have been made by someone whose heel was 13 inches across, someone with 6 toes. You seeing this, right? So what's going on? Yeah, it's wild, man. It's wild, bro. Double rows of teeth, just like the dog, man. And in our day and age, guess what we consider the dog, man? When we see him 6 feet, 7 feet, even if he had neck and neck height with us, but the body size, the thighs are wide as a man's torso. So what would we consider them? Giants. They footprints left if they leave them behind. Giants. Same thing with the dog, man, and everything else. We had people that looked just like us that was giants. You get what I'm saying? And it doesn't line with their predated information they put out, right? What we call predated information is the books they put out that they lied all the way through. They covered up all the evidence that's what's here, and then they wanted to line up with their religious beliefs and everything else. But why would you want something hidden that lines up with exactly what unless what you're telling us ain't true, right? Because otherwise you'll gladly dig this up and say, look, world, this proves all the facts on the table. No, it doesn't. Because it tells you a story of something deeper and darker that's been going on here. Huh? Prospectors near Eureka, Nevada, discovered the bones of a giant foot and foreleg in July 1877. The leg measured 39 inches from knee to height to ankle, right? According to the local newspapers. What has happened to all these bones and relics? Some are packed away in the basements of local museums and made for riches. Huh? People get paid to take these things and keep them away from the public's eye. Most have moved generation after generation from living rooms to barns to garbage dumps. See, people were selling our artifacts and selling the history of our ancestors, and all these people were here. Whether there was beast or man, they sold the artifacts. Whether it was our bloodline and lineages, they sold it. They kept it hidden. Since science does not believe in giants, scientists are naturally not very interested in giant human bones. Notice how the people that they say are the people that's on reservations don't even freaking know where these bones came from. Some of them have stories of living beside giants, as we do. Only thing is with us, our memory has been erased up to a point where we don't know each other, right? We don't know the history of what's been going on here. Because they retaught us and relearned and retaught us and relearned, indoctrinate. So we don't have this history that we know is our history, right? Of people who are ancestors who were extra tall. Some people call them stick Indians and all that because so tall. And then the spirits that was roaming around the woods, they call stick Indians. That was the disembodied spirits of some of these beings that we know as ancestor, right? No one can estimate how many hundreds or thousands of these finds have been made over the years. That's right, because they covered it up. The written records are sparse, and thousands of old newspapers and files must be sifted before we can fully assemble the complete story of the giants. That's been their whole duty here, folks. Yes, sir. Get a double barrel shot, man. Because the things that was here, a lot of this stuff was evil. A lot of it was eating people. You get what I'm saying? They was eating people. I'm talking about devouring. Same thing they did. Now, that's why most of the food is scarce and they're putting synthetic stuff out now that we ain't supposed to be eating. You know what I mean? Even down to the vegetables. We have a whole world that's so immaculate and enormous, right? That we could grow food for ages. But it's the control. In 1896 through 97, right? 1897, scores of mysterious airships appeared suddenly in the skies all over the United States. The newspapers for the period were filled with incredible stories of the objects and their peculiar occupants. One of the most amazing of these tales appeared in the Saginaw, Michigan Courier Herald, April 16, 1897, right? It seems that at 4:30 a.m. on Wednesday morning, April 14th, a strange flying contraption landed in a field near Howard City, Michigan, and a naked giant stepped from it. He is about 9.5 feet tall, the report stated, and his talk, while musical, is not talk at all, but seems to be a repetition of bellowing. One of the farmers who was somewhat braver attempted to go near him and got a kick that will last him for some time, having got his hip broken. This is what we was talking about in that paper, right? In that newspaper. They didn't even talk about the ship in this newspaper that I got. The newspaper clipping I actually got from this, where it talk about the farmer getting kicked by the giant. They were trying to call him Sasquatch, right? Great excitement prevails here, and lots of people are flocking here from Morley and Howard City to view the strange being at a distance, as no one dares to go near. He seems to be trying to talk to people, but he don't want you close to him because he don't trust you. You see what I'm saying? These are beings who have a high pragmatic thinking and so high of an intellect and so high of a power in the mind, far as telekinesis or whatever else is going up there, telepathy, right? That they already know that the people are no good. These ones, at least that they came around to approach, right? And then you got the other beings who were just devouring stuff. But then you have a higher being who seems to have an intellect out of this world, has technology out of this world, and he didn't let nobody near him. He already know, hey, we done been back watching y'all down here killing the people who come down here to talk with y'all and communicate with y'all, trying to set y'all on a straight path to go the right way, right? While the other ones are evil as crap, so you don't really know what's going on too much. There were no follow-up stories on this alleged incident, right? Have our giants taken to the air? They always been in the air, baby. They always been coming in back and forth between the portals and on airships, what they call airships, right? Now, David Pilates has a documentary out talking about Sasquatch disappearing in portals. I've been teaching probably over 20 years now about the Sasquatch and how it walks between worlds. They don't look at me and hear my words or what I'm saying because I'm not the complexion for to be telling you the shit telling you stuff that I'm telling you, right? Because I know nothing, right? Was a gentleman from Patagonia swooped up by a flying machine and deposited in Michigan in 1897. The report had mentioned that piles of furry animal pelts were seen on board the object, right? So this is what they talk about with the Dennis Mountain case, right? And in Michigan in April might have been unpleasantly warm to the Patagonia, used to the climate of the Antarctic Circle. So these are cold nature beings. Naturally, all this was tropical. We didn't have no cold weather here, right? But with the story of your boy Dennis Martin, 1968, 1969, I think the Great Smoky Mountains, right? Where that young boy disappeared at the age of 6 years old. They talked about this thing wearing an animal pelt that was a giant. The kids, the children who seen it at the time, and the man, he thought it was a man. The children thought it was a bear. So you imagine what it had to be, right? We got a hell of an idea, the hairy ones, right? Another kind of giant was seamlessly always existed with us on this planet, right? He is shaped like a human being, but is covered with hair and prefers to live in the quiet, thinly populated forests of Canada. However, he is something of a vagabond, right? And has frequently been seen all over the United States. Like most of our other monsters, he has the uncanny ability to disappear into thin air as soon as the possessed begin to close in. So soon as the posses begin to close in, they say possessed here. But when they come in, right, they disappear in thin air. There's even videos out. There's one guy here who's affiliated with David Pilates that shows video of a Sasquatch, but they don't see the Sasquatch. They see a red light, and at the same time the red light blinks in the woods, they hear a growl at the same time simultaneously. Okay, they're able to move between these worlds. They are fourth density beings, right? They say multi-dimensional, interdimensional, extra-dimensional beings. All right. The natives of the far-off Himalayas are also very familiar with this creature and long ago named it the Mito Kangimi, right? Which means the evil-smelling man of the snows, like the Yeti, right? The British explorers took liberties with this phrase and dubbed the animal the Abominable Snowman, ABSM for short. There is now considerable evidence that the ABSM, which is the Abominable Snowman, actually exists. What is more than seem to be several different types running rampant. All right. Now, when we come into this evidence of this right here, the facts is that they knew that some of these humans were so evil, right? That's why they did the things to the humans. Some of them get disappeared on purpose because they go out there trying to purposely hunt it. I gotta bring back a body. That's the mindset they go out there with. We gotta bring back a body. Hey George, what we gonna do today? Try to find a Bigfoot and get they behind tore out the frame. How you think you're gonna go in there messing with something that has the ability to disappear from this portal to that portal? Oh, and then you hurt one of their youngins. You might hurt one of their juveniles who don't know no better. Then all hell breaks loose. It has happened time and time and again, but they'll make it out like every one of these beings was evil. No, the human being right now is evil that want to control everything, right? They come in all sizes, ranging from stout 3-footers to, you hear this? Stout 3-footers. And that's the one, like on the documentary, I'm going to bring it back up. It might be on my Patreon about the short ones that was 3 feet that say, we want you. We want you. We want you. You know what I'm saying? That was communicating with one of the guys and tell them that we want you. They wanted the DNA. They hey, get over here. Come on over here. Get on this ship so we can, we want to keep you for genetic breeding, to keep our bloodlines going and keep it going the way it is. A lot of these beings are so highly intellectual, they're on a whole nother level. Whether it's evil or malevolent or benevolent, how you want to say, non-evil, benevolent. But they was using these people's DNA also, right? That's why they say the sons of man came to daughters of, the whole story, right? They write about these things and then they cover everything else up. Some of them seem to be directly related to the unidentified flying objects. Here we go. Sasquatch on ships, Chewbacca, Star Wars, baby. Come on now. They've been telling us. Some of them seem to be directly related to what? Unidentified flying objects. Others could be actually descendants of the prehistoric Neanderthal man. At least that's what they thought, right? Like huge choice rhinoceros, right? They are fond of scattering their giant footprints around the countryside, leaving behind very little evidence of any other kind. Yes, sir. They were very intelligent. Yes, they are. That's why they keep themselves away from us, because they don't know who to trust. Huh? They've been told lies on the whole life. Look at what they do to people in the news right now. They only put one type of people in the news when it's mugs. Well, if you go check the statistics on who create crimes and go, I don't want to get into it. Just go check it out and then you'll see what I'm saying, what they do. You know what I mean? You gonna put who you want on the forefront to try to keep up what you got going and hinder other people from advancing. That's why they stay away. Why would I let you get up close to me and learn the technology I got to use it against me or use it in war and use it as a deadly weapon, right? You have no place on this earth doing none of these things that cause destruction. Some of these beings, I'm going to say for the most half, are one with nature. They have ties with the Most High. That's why you can't get up next to them. They so tapped in that being in their presence, the cerebral force from their brain to crush you. That's why the giant that was over in Canada and Afghanistan, was so powerful in cerebral strength, it didn't even have to fight if it didn't want to. Once you got it within 15 feet of it, your brain would explode. You have aneurysms out of this world, and you bleed out your nose and your ears and your eyes and everywhere else. Every orifice that could pour out blood because of the cerebral brain force. High intelligence, high telepathy, high clairvoyancy, basically high psyche. You know what I mean? The first published reference to the Himalayan ABSM, that's Abominable Snowman, appeared in 1899 in a book titled Among the Himalayas by Major L.A. Walden, right? Or Waldell, Now, if you remember Martin saying, player from the Himalayas, telling you what some of our people were. They were giants. Yeah. You had some evil folks out here who were giants from different bloodlines and lineages that were eating people and doing everything sexually that they could, right? He stated, matter of factly, that he had come across some giant man-like tracks in the tiny kingdom of Sikkim, right, in 1887. Shout out to everybody coming in the building. You already know, rewatch Star Wars, yeah, Chewbacca, all of that, man. All of those different types of beings, man. Some evil, some good, some people that didn't want to have anything to do with anything down here. especially when man had everything set on his mind to, monetize everything down here instead of us bartering off the barter system. I know this, you don't. You know this, I do. I don't, you do. I don't know what you know. You know what you get what I'm saying? We was able to help each other, vice versa. That's what we was able to through knowledge, right? We was able to do it through knowledge. Successive expeditions to those mountains reported regularly encountering similar tracks and in several instances large hair-covered personages, right? Generations of type B scientists huddled comfortably amid their books on Ivy League campuses, scoffed at the reports and presented a wide range of speculations. So they were trying to get it together, trying to figure out what's going on. It was only a bear or an ape, they announced periodically, right? And one group of scholars concluded that the tracks were spread by naked yogis wandering about the mountains in the sub-zero temperatures. So naked yogis, right, was making tracks 18 inches, 22 inches, 30 inches, 3 to 4 foot tracks. Come on, man. These folks got to stop, man. But this is what they known to do, and this is what they've been doing, lying about history. And when it doesn't predate or line up with what they got going on, guess what they do? Sweep that under the rug. Let's keep it quiet. Hell no, we're not going to tell them Sasquatch came off no ship. And he stink too. He can stink and not stink. He chooses to excrete that smell because he knows it deafens your sense, right? It knows to throw you off with this smell. That's how we get them the hell away from us. Excrete this out my pores, and they're gonna want to leave the area. Now we ain't gotta worry about it. Versus the other one, like Mike Strickman, or how you say his name, in the Mr. 411 story, the text message came out. They said between him and his old lady, he was being followed by a UFO, but they didn't tell you in the beginning he was going there trying to actively hunt what? A Bigfoot. Talking about he going deer hunting. And what happened to him? He disappeared. He went in there and see, this is the nature of some of these people here. They want to go hunt and destroy, seek and destroy, and kill everything as if they granted it life. You not God, G. How you going to kill something off that is supposed to be prehistoric or it's supposed to be something so old and so much of a relic that you must have your hands on it to prove to the world and become a million or billionaire, all for the likes of what? Nothing, right? Nothing. 3 years before Major Waldale, right, found those footprints in Sikkim, an actual ABSM type creature was reportedly captured in Canada. See what I'm saying? Who the hell want to come forth to you and all you do is kill and destroy everything you see? And all that you can't put under your foot, you got to sweep it under the rug. You want to destroy it. You ain't even grant that. Like, you can't even reproduce it. Except for trying to mimic in the lab, like they did with the direwolf. Take the DNA after they kill the direwolf. Now we got to bring it back because we made it extinct. No, it's still here. It's just on another level of dimensional plane. That's why you'll see it bleed through sometimes. You'll see one before these scientists got the cloning stuff. You'll see one come through the portal and then disappear. That's God's work, man. Yeah. Everything is tapped in. That's what we call God, right? Everything is tapped in consciously. Right? So it already has the intellect to know to stay the hell far away from this. Because all they do is pick up their guns and hunt and kill us. Sounds similar to a being that's living amongst you right now. According to the Daily British Colonist, July 3rd, 1884, a group of railroad workmen digging a tunnel outside of Yale, British Columbia, came upon what appeared at first to be a man sleeping on the tracks. It proved to be a hairy half-man, half-beast, which was captured alive after a 5-minute chase. Jacko, as he was named by his captors, was 4 feet 7 inches tall and weighed 127 pounds. We heard about Jacko before in the books, man. How many of y'all heard about Jacko? They even made a movie about Jacko the Clown. But y'all seeing this right here? He has long, black, strong hair and resembles a human being with one exception. His entire body excepting his hands or paws. Oh, my goodness. Are we getting into Dog Man here? Yes, sir. He got exactly what he wanted when he went out there, right? I know we talking about Mike on the other case. But look what we saying here. Excepting his hands or paws. Why would he say paws? Come on now. And feet are covered with glossy hair 1 inch long, the account stated. His forearm is much larger than a man's forearm. What happened to Jacko is not known. Yeah, because we know what they did. They murdered Jacko. You think it ain't murder just because it's a different species than you and I? It's murder. Red rum, let's say it that way. As recently as 1946, a Canadian reporter interviewed an elderly gentleman in Lytton, British Columbia, who claimed he had seen it. You wonder why in Canada it's considered murder and you could be brought up a murder charge for touching one of these beings, man. If you get a shot off and you actually are successful, because some of them have abilities to block that shot. Others, including Mr. Alexander Caulfield Anderson of Hudson Bay Company, claim to have encountered these animals as early as 1864. The definitive work, Abominable Snowman Legend Come to Life by Ivan T. Sanderson, right, delves into these early reports and detailed notes the many Indian legends and myths revolving around these creatures in North America. There are several old Indian tales about women being abducted by the ABSM and even having children by them. Huh? Sounds real familiar. Sons come to, the sons of the father come to the, you get what I'm saying? Comes to the daughters of man. Same old stuff, right? We might also mention that many other cultures have produced identical stories. Scholars may one day discover that man has frequently crossbred with these hairy beings throughout history. The Bible makes particular mention of this, right? In Genesis 25:19-34, Esau was described as being born red all over like a hairy garment. This is where they get into talking about the Caucasus Mountains and stuff, right? The beings. Early European literature contains numerous references to the wild man of the woods who were supposed to have existed hidden away in the dense forests of England, France, and Germany, right? And many other countries. This is the man they talk about with the club and the mind and the brains of a rock, right? That knock a woman over the head and take them back to the cave. Caveman. You know what I'm talking about? They were described as tall, hair-covered man of remarkable agility, able to leap vast distances and outrun ordinary men. This is the ones who ran up alongside Buffalo and carried one up under his arm and kept going. It's lunch. Baby, I got my sandwich right here. Let's go. You know what I mean? This is what we're talking about right here. These are the same men they talk about. Men of great stature and great height, great strengths. In Irish folklore, according to the bestiary, these hominids, right, Sylvestris, used to inhabit inelegant subterranean hovels or hollows, right, lived on vegetables and refused to have anything to do with other humans. Let them go. They ain't want nothing to do with them. They knew they had no mindset or mind frame to use intellect to know not to kill, steal, rob, do this and that to others. They didn't want nothing to do with them. All they ate was vegetables. See what I'm saying? You're going to get into the truth of what they really did. Some of them, they said, okay, they ate people. Okay, that's just like people now. They're cannibalistic. They eat themselves, right? Eating each other. And then you have the ones who just live off vegetables. They live off the lay of the land. That's what made them so powerful. They got all their proteins and minerals through what they ate and didn't have nothing to do with humans or other things, right? However kindly they were treated. It was impossible to civilize them because they refused to recognize law and order. There were an almost infinite number of them in Ireland. So what they do? You're not going to follow what we want you to do. We want you to pay bills. We want you to do this, that, and the third. We want control over you. And we're going to use you for your stature and height to build what we want you to build and do what. So they were trying to enslave them, basically. And they said, the hell to the no. You see what I'm saying? So what they do to them? You're going to soon find out. They wipe them out. In their earlier literature, the European wild man purportedly had a lustful nature and would accost lone human females passing through the forest, forcibly engaging them in sexual intercourse. Perhaps these tales are the basis for the satire legends, right? Or satyr, legends like the Minotaur, right? Or Satar, right? Legends and artists and Playboy cartoonists have misrepresented the Satars by giving them cloven hooves. Nah, a lot of them did have hooves. A lot of them were beasts of the land. You had some who was unruly that was just out here graping stuff, right? So they had to be dealt with versus the ones who just wanted to be left alone. They won't taking part in these things. And like I told you, it's like every other being, you got these beings who are malevolent and benevolent. You got human beings right now. You can't figure for the life of you why they do the things that they do to children and women and men and all the other things that's going on here, right? They even practicing bestiality with animals. So you can't just lay the blame on one force of type of being because not even the giants were the only ones. Look at what's going on present day in 2025, last month of the year, supposedly, right? Coming into 2026, you still see the same thing. Since the American Indians have similar stories, it is possible that there is some fact to the tales. We have always been having these tales. Look at what they done us in slavery. Same thing, raping the women and children and men. Same thing they've been doing. Isolated tribes in South America also have legends of racial intermixing with the hairy ones. Some non-scientific speculators, right, have even suggested that the creatures can only reproduce through human females. That's why when they found the DNA that Dr. Milburn Ketchum got her career destroyed behind, they found out that the female was of Asiatic descent. You get what I'm saying now? This is what they've been doing. Dog man and all that. Take the women. They can only interbreed with them that way. Same thing with certain felines. They can use a female tiger or a female lion and make a liger. Okay? And that's the only way you can do it through the female, through her womb. Genetics, right? However, we have yet to uncover a claim that anyone was raped by a hairy monster. Although if such claims were ever made, it is unlikely that they would get into print because they're going to keep that covered up. Even more incredible is the steadily accumulating evidence which strongly suggests that the hairy ABSMs, which are abominable snowmen, right, are connected in some peculiar way with the phenomenon of unidentified flying objects. We will examine this material in another chapter. The funny flying saucers have produced all kinds of intriguing monster reports, and we were not being entirely facetious when we proposed, right, in chapter 6 that a Patagonian giant might have been transplanted in Michigan in 1897. So they was dropped off there. It almost seems as if anonymous earthly creatures have somehow been enlisted or drafted into service by the saucers to carry out some mysterious missions. Yeah, they sent down here. We seen the Sasquatch on ships with probes on their heads, probes on their bodies. Same way somebody would be inside a lab that's examining their brain under MRIs and stuff, right? The probes. Examining their hearts on EKG machines, right? Same way. Only thing is they're being programmed and sent out to do the mission, right? That's what they're saying here. This evidence on top of evidence, folks. I hope y'all catching it, man. Hope y'all catching it. What's going on here, man? They are sending out Chewbacca to carry out certain missions. So it seems to me that you got grays, reptoids, and other beings who come into play who have adapted to being able to capture some of these beings and using them for missions. Or maybe somehow, some way, shape, or form, they have spliced their DNA and then use them. After they done spliced the DNA, they're under MK Ultra or whatever it is that they're under, and they're using them to go capture human and bring them back and splicing the DNA or allowing them to sexually procreate. All right. The UFO evidence, which is now almost overwhelming, indicates the entire flying saucer phenomenon is an outrageous enterprise that preys upon our gullibility and is meant to inspire a totally false belief in extraterrestrial interplanetary visitants. One of America's leading UFOologists is Brad Steger, right? Author of many books on the subject. Mr. Steger has received an astonishing journal from James C. Watt, of Memphis, Tennessee. The journal was purportedly written by Mr. Watts' grandfather and discusses in detail experience with a crazy bear in the year 1888. They called them crazy bears or bearilla. And now they start to call our black behinds bearilla again now. This is crazy, man. An Indian is supposed to have led grandfather Watt to a hidden cave in Tennessee where a hairy man-like creature was concealed. The Indians fed the crazy bear at regular intervals, asserting that such creatures were ejected from moons which landed periodically in the valley. So they call them moons. This is what David Pilati was talking about in this new movie. Y'all got to check that documentary out. He got a new one out about Bigfoot. And I'm telling you, the stuff that I've been saying for over 20-some years. And I'm like, damn, how these guys been watching me or something? Because all this stuff is historical. My granddaddy and them talk about this stuff. I got people in my family who witnessed these down in North Carolina, especially down the Raleigh area. The Indians told him that over the years, there have been many crazy bears left in the woods, and many of their people have seen the skymen put their crazy bears out of their moons. So after they splashed the DNA was looking like, they drop them off. Same thing with the dog man. They drop them off. It's almost as if it's their one unwanted child. Let's get rid of this one. This one too crazy here. Heck, he probably even on the ship trying to break the alien himself. You see what I'm saying? What's going on? This is crazy, man. And they just drop them off, eject them off the ships, and they get to do what they may or what they will to the people on the land. Huh? That's why we call them evil. The Indians told him that over the years, there had been many crazy bears left in the woods, and many of their people have seen the skymen put their crazy bears out of their moons. They call them moons. The craft that come down as orbs. They didn't know what to call them but moons because they would sit in the sky and stay stationary in one place, then come down and drop something off, then go back up to what we call the firmament up there, or disappear through portals by means that they had no idea. They called them sky ancestors, right? Knowing now that we know they ain't no damn ancestor to us. So there is one solution to our mystery. The flying saucers are dumping hairy monsters all over the landscape. Watt's crazy bear is described as a short-necked, long-armed creature covered with glossy black hair. That's the follicle they talking about, the translucent hair, right? That they can go beside a tree and blend in, and you wouldn't even know they was there. They look just like the tree itself, just like an octopus does in certain conditions, being attacked by a predator. What it do? Ink up and then change form. Huh? Just the same as a rockfish does. You know, the spiny rockfish that's very highly venomous or poisonous, whichever way you choose to say it, can blend in with the environment. You step on it, you're gooped up. You're gooped up. You might be making it to the hospital if you can, right? Same thing with them in their environment. Look, short neck. He ain't got no neck. Cone head, right? Just like the beast my granddaddy talked about in Vietnam, the rock apes. Huh? It is a curious fact that flying saucers have been repeatedly seen in ABSM-infested territories, abominable snowman-infested territories. A mountain climbing expedition to Everest in 1923 through 24, headed by General Bruce, not only came across the classic giant footprints of the ABSM, but also reportedly saw a giant, hairy, naked man running across a snowfield below at around 17,000 feet. Now think about it. We had a hiker who was on the mountain up there, man. Mount Etna, I think it was, down in the snow. He got lost out there, which he didn't get lost. They say he got lost, but he knew the lay of the mountain, right? Go up and come down. He always did this every season, and he also skied. This other time he went up there to ski, he was skiing, and his ski tracks disappeared in the middle of the snow. And he was going so fast, they thought he maybe fell into a crevasse. So they looking around, maybe an avalanche. Well, hell, that doesn't make sense, because if it was an avalanche, his ski tracks wouldn't be here, because it's snow recovery. Also with Mike went up there. I forget the area he went to, but just like with the crazy mountains, right? A craft come down following you out the mountains. and you don't know what's going on. Okay, I got a weird feeling. I'm gonna go back and hunt again. I seen Bigfoot. I seen Sasquatch. That's what he's saying. I seen a Yeti. And they drop their guard during the wintertime in the snow. They move a little bit slower. Nah. You think they drop their guard. They don't drop their guard, Jack. They know when you're there. They have a high sense of intellect. They have abilities with telepathy and clairvoyancy. Psychic abilities like we do. You hear me what I'm saying? A lot of us have it at our stature at the size that we are. So what make you think you're going to go out there and hunt them? And this is what the man's mind frame was on. Oh, we going to go hunt us one today. We're going to bring back the body. I'm going to get rich in front of the world, and I'm going to prove to the world that they're real. You out your damn mind. So what happens to you? You become food. Because if they decide we gonna unalive you, break your neck, break your body in so many places, so many bones broken. Or we just going to take you on the ship. Guess what? Now you become what? A breeding subject, a test subject. So when you go chasing behind these things and you thinking, I'm going to go bag me one. Nah, Joker, you going to get bagged and we take you back to the graves because that's what I was sent down here to do. Go capture one of you, bring you back for the DNA purposes. Whole time you think you going to get them, they got you. That's why you leave well enough alone. Like my granddaddy used to say back in the day, son, you leave well enough alone. If you see it, you see it. Just keep moving, keep it pushing. Don't disrespect them. They are elements of nature. They were placed here for a reason. Subsequent expeditions had further encounters with the creature. During the 1933 Everest attempt, mountaineer F.S. Smith was climbing alone when he observed two curious-looking objects floating in the sky. They hovered motionless, right, and seemed to pulsate slowly. Other Himalayan expeditions in the 1920s and 1930s reported variously, seeing giant silver disc and a flying teaklet or tea kettle, right? The UFO controversy did not exist in those days so most type B scientists regarded these stories as hallucinations created by the high altitude. Dumb as a brick, right? They call themselves scientists, but dumb as a brick. Dumb as a bag of pot rocks. Because in order for you to be a scientist, you're supposed to be able to analyze everything beyond and before. You're supposed to be able to take intellectual creation at hand. You get what I'm saying? Meaning that you didn't make stuff up as you went. You studied as you went and you learned as you went, not trying to tell people what they did see and what they didn't see. Because in order for you to be the scientist, you got to know that there's things out of your mind, out of your caliber of thinking and understanding or understanding the level of intellect. Let's go. Stop playing with me, man. Although the natives had plenty to say about the ABSM or Yeti, they shrugged off the aerial objects as religious manifestations. The disc had always flown regular routes, right, or routes over the mountains. They belonged there, like the clouds, the natives explained to early explorers. These are the beings that came here long ago and manipulated DNA strands and splicing and doing all this stuff, right? They said they belonged there more than they did. So somebody had some damn sense. They lived in the mountains. They lived in areas that you had no idea was there. Secluded areas. Then man themselves decide to take it upon themselves that, hey, that's not real. How can you call yourself a scientist if you're not researching and studying everything that ain't there and that is there? How can you call yourself a scientist if you're saying it ain't real, but you haven't studied less than 3% of the earth or the earth's oceans, 5% there? How? You can't consider yourself as a scientist, Jack. Not if you're trying to enforce your will with the knowledge that you don't have. Get what I said. Read it again. We visited India and the Himalayas in 1955 and 1956 and heard many Yeti stories from the natives. These mysterious animals are an accepted fact in the lives of the mountain people in the same way that deer are accepted fact to us. So first of all, what they got it screwed up, they call them mysterious animals. You call them an animal, but they have more intelligence than you. They walking on 2 feet like you. Matter of fact, some of them glide like they on ice skates. Some of them even glide on ice skates and they teleport in and out. So how can you call them an animal? Because what? It has fur on his body? or has what appears to be fur or hair on all over his body, covering from head to toe. See what I'm saying about man's thinking? All right. At the time of our visit, only about 400 white men had visited those regions in all of history. Most of these had been religious missionaries, right? More intent on saving souls than chasing monsters. So in this case, you can see already where they finna go with it. Everything that wasn't considered a man walking out right had to be monsters, right? Because they had no understanding, had a lack of understanding, perished from lack of what? Knowledge. In many remote villages, we were the very first white man ever to be seen by the natives. Since then, the tiny mountain kingdoms of Nepal, Bhutan, and Sikkim have been opened up to limited tourism, right? But the Red Chinese have occupied Tibet completely, driven out by the Dalai Lama and his followers, right? And sealed off the mountain passes with troops and fortifications. It is virtually impossible to obtain an accurate map of the fortification. An accurate map of the Himalayan territories, right? The area is strategically important to India, and it would be easier to get a map of the atomic explosion of Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Good God Almighty, man. In some places, the Yeti is greatly feared, and there are numerous accounts of the animals attacking and killing human beings. They call them animals. They're not animals. It all adds up, don't it, right? They covering up everything. They call them animals because they attack you. All right. If you shoot at me, what am I supposed to do to you? If I get my hands on you and you can't hit me for shit, you got a musket and you load one shot at a time. What am I supposed to do when I get up on you and my youngins is with me and I'm down here on these mountains and I've been living here way longer than your existence predated? If you only been here 6,000 years, what am I supposed to be doing to you if I've been here for millions of years and you trying to hurt one of my children? What would you do to me if I was trying to harm one of yours? Get you out the way, right? This is what's going on here. In 1949, a Sherpa herdsman named Lhapa Tenzin was reportedly torn apart by a Yeti in the bleak pass of Naga Parbat, one of the highest passes in the world, far beyond the reach of ordinary animals. Another thing we're going to talk about here, the Nahanni Valley, Headless Valley, right? Where all those brothers, I ain't going to say brothers, all those white brothers was going up in there trying to take all that gold. And these beings, this is their area. The gold belongs to them. They used the gold for the craft. They kept finding with their heads missing because they shouldn't have been bringing their behinds out there trying to steal what ain't theirs. Understand? So they call them wild animals or beasts. I'm not a beast because I'm protecting what I have that you're trying to steal from me. Same as if anything that you had that belonged to you, I'm not supposed to take that from you because it belongs to you. Look what's going on here, man. Mountain mothers deal with their misbehaving children by warning that the Yeti will get them if they don't watch out. Hill farmers in some areas are afraid to work after dark because of this curtain of superstition and fear. They believe that to look at a Yeti means death, and the only protection is to cover your eyes and run downhill. The Yeti's feet are supposed to be mounted backwards to facilitate mountain climbing. Good God Almighty, y'all hearing this? I ain't never seen that. That explains the wheel tracks with the toes facing backwards, and you thinking they walking down, they walking up. But that makes things damn awkward when it tries to run downhill. This is something new to me. I'm gonna tell you right now, and I'm gonna be the first to say it. I never heard nothing about their feet mounted backwards in my whole life I've been on this earth, man. Do you hear me? I ain't never heard, man, you ain't never heard no shit like that. Excuse my language, you ain't never heard no stuff like that, man. This, I believe, springs from an incident that allegedly happened back in the early 1900s when the English were stretching a telegraph line from Kalimpong, right, India, to Lhasa, Tibet, right? It was a big job, and many hillmen were hired to work on it. Some of them were encamped at Chambitahang, right? I'm guessing this around the China era, right? 3 miles from the Jalepala Pass, right? One of the gateways to Tibet. Yeah, this is definitely China. One morning, A dozen workers went out and failed to return. The next morning, a squad of British soldiers went out to search for them. So they got 8. They did everything they could do with them. They became steaks, all types of probably stored them, man. Got food cache all up and down the mountains, inside the mountains. That's why you don't take your behind in there, because areas are closed off to you. But as the man is, I'm the conqueror. I'm the top of the food chain, and you're not. Know how you don't know? Know how you know that? Go take your behind out there in the middle of the Serengeti and with no guns and try to fight a lion with your bare hands. Then you'll see who's on the top of the food chain when it's between you and that lion, right? Come on now. Between you and that elephant, you get stumped out without the guns. They found instead a strange animal hiding under some giant boulders in the approaches to the pass. See what I'm saying about the boulder fields? They always be in the boulder fields, even in the national parks. Why they made them national parks and federal reserves. And we still not supposed to be going up in there. But people take their behinds and take their children. I don't know why. Only God knows why people take their children out there. All you got to do is read. Everything you think is superstition is not. It's always been here. Until you get caught up in it, then you don't know what happens. Then you look as dumb. I hate to say it, because I don't mean even say it like that. For the people who have lost loved ones who've been missing, I don't mean it that way. But what I'm saying, you're looking dumb at the end of the day, because these people don't tell you jack nothing. And then the superstition that you believe is superstition is not superstition in the first place, Jack. It's always been there. Why you think us as military know about these things? A lot of people don't have the same route in the military when it comes to these events or peculiar situations and encounters. Some of us, like me, have encountered these things. My granddaddy encountered a rock ape that would roll his skin down or roll the hair down in mud just to mix in with the environment and then pop out like Jack in the Box and you're gone. They was actually harvesting the bodies of dead soldiers. These rock apes were taking them back because it was food to them. Now, we may look at it as, oh, that's cannibalism because they got a part of human DNA in them somewhere, right? Now, listen to this. They shot it and dragged it to the nearest dak bungalow, right? Huts maintained for travelers. They shot it. See what I'm saying? Now, I can understand if something going to attack you in the area you don't know nothing about. Okay, pop off your shots. But don't be mad when they retaliate because you ain't supposed to be there in the first place. Later, Sir Charles Bell, then the British political officer of Sikkim, came and ordered the carcass packed and shipped away, supposedly to England. It was never seen again, and there is no trace of it. As always, as usual, Smithsonian, the Vatican, and every other institute that's around here, agency, has the secrets and has the truth because it doesn't align with their religious text because they went about their whole lives doing what? Lying to us. Lying about everything. Lying. Why do you have to lie? Because, look, they made up stuff as they went and then got our people believing to the ends of the skin that they are truthfully writing to us in the truth, in the word of everything they wrote, right? So when there's something else new come up, guess what? They do you like they did Dawson, right? And Andrew Dawson. They knock him off in front of the whole TikTok. Take his life. Take my boy Sean life because they're exposing the celebrities. Huh? Take Dawson life because he exposed a giant. You can't tell, like my dog said, you can't tell a damn telephone pole or traffic tower between a giant. Something wrong with your eyes. You can't tell the difference between the two. See, when it comes to that, they sweep it under the rug. Then turn around and right at the end, as in the days of Noah, it shall be again. Man, it ain't never changed. It's always been the same. Just like humans always been here. Get what I'm saying? Whether it was on craft and reseeded from another dimension, they always been here. This story has been lovingly repeated in several Indian books on mountain lore, but it seems to be based more on hearsay than fact. There is no mention of it in Sir Charles' papers. However, an old man in Darjeeling, Bombardador, Sicher, right, claims he saw it with his own eyes when he was a boy. He describes it as being 10 feet tall and covered with shaggy hairs 2 or 3 inches long. Its gruesome face was hairless, set with a mouth full of sharp yellow fangs and cold red eyes. Good God Almighty. Gogwe, Jenna Wasker, right here in front of your face. That's what he describing. Its feet were backwards, he said. But this could be a false impression of depending on how the carcass was lying. Now, I believe him. The feet was backwards. Just like they say with the legs of the hawks, the legs face backwards almost, just like the movie Arrival from 1990s, if you remember. How the legs folded back on the black kid who when they had him around them satellites, and when he looked at her and his legs folded back and he ran across the field. Same way with the dog man. That's why in his mind he said the feet was backwards. Might have been dealing with the gogwe. The feet is different than ours. His feet could have been hand-like, like in the apes, hanging down over the edge of the table. I don't believe that. I believe it just like he saw it, because more than one person reportedly said this, that the feet are backwards, and it made it odd for them to run downhill behind you. But then again, that's the main reason why they glide, because they have a special ability to glide like they on a skateboard like Bart Simpson. It is significant that the snowman legend persists throughout the Himalayan range from Kashmir in the east to Assam far to the west. Every tribe has stories about the creature, and every mountain language there are many has a word for it. All of these stories contain essentially the same details, and the basic descriptions are universally agreed upon. There are two main types. One is about 4 feet tall and resembles a human dwarf covered with hair. That's the one that say, we want you. Go look at the Alaskan triangle video when y'all get a chance. I think I got it on Patreon, and you can also go see it outside of it. You can just see it for yourself. I got the whole documentary. But it's these 3 feet people, or 2 foot, 2.5 feet people they call pygmy tribe, right? They said they had full-size human molars. They thought there was children in the cave buried. And now you know, they won't. These are what they call dwarfs. The other is very tall, frequently reported to be from 7 to 10 feet in height, right? Neither resembles a bear or ape. Bears move about on all fours most of the time, except for when attacking, or they forget to add this in, or when they spotting and sniffing, they hear somebody in the distance, they'll stand on both feet and look. Or if they got something going on with their front paws, where their front paws are broken or disformed, they'll walk on 2 feet. But you can describe a bear and what an ape look like, right? You can tell the difference between the two. As for gorillas, anthropologists estimate that the total world gorilla population is around 400, and they are found only in a small area deep within equatorial Africa. Now, mind you, this is the same freaking people who told us that the mountain gorilla wasn't real until they brought back a dead body. They had to kill it. Instead of them going out there taking reports and researching and looking at it, examining it from a distance and saying, okay, it's real. We know it's real, documented. Do illustrations. If they had cameras at that time, take pictures. No, we got to bring back a body. And this is why nothing on the earth really likes these folks down here who doing all this evil. Some things can't live at peace. Remember that. Animals answering to the descriptions of the 2 Himalayan Yeti types have reportedly been seen near grounded flying saucers in South America and even in France. They will be discussed in another chapter. Now, think of this right here. Now, if you the type to go out here and just go kill because you want to be famous, think of what the beings that's higher intelligence would think of you. Well, you're no better than a food source to us, because look at what you're doing. Now, the ones with high intellect, we respect them, because this is not the way they move any way, shape, or form. Their mindset is on intellect and gaining knowledge and advancing in life, not killing it and seeking and destroy. So what we shall use a low-minded, low vibrational being as, and a low frequency being as food. I'm telling you something. I'm giving you some sauce right here, man. It all adds up. Shout out to everybody coming in the building. Love y'all. Tenzin Norgay, the Sherpa, who together with Sir Edmund Hillary was the first to reach the summit of Mount Everest on May 29, 1953, lives in the picturesque mountain village of Darjeeling, India, in the Himalayan foothills. We were able to spend a considerable amount of time with this remarkably simple and humble man during our visit to the region. Tenzin likes to tell about his brother-in-law, who was once an assistant to the great Sengay Rinpoche, the late Grand Lama of the Rongbuk Monastery, right? On the steep approach to the Everest. This sounds like Mount Everest. He went from the Grand Lama on his annual treks to meditate in the high secret holy places on the mountain. During one of these trips, another assistant Lama found a dead Yeti and presented the skin, right? Hold on. Presented the skin to Sangye Rinpoche, right? It looked like the skin of a young bear, and the Grand Lama used it for years to sit on while meditating. It was probably placed in his Chortine after his death, right? So he found out that the skin in this thing had some type of power, and he used it because he seen them coming on and off them ships. He said, hey, I found a dead one. At least I ain't kill it. So let me use the skin off it. I'm going to meditate on it. So he was using that like how we use the copper or the pyramids, right? The copper pyramids and stuff. We get inside there and meditate, right? Many of the Mountain Lama series cherish bits of Yeti hair and bones as sacred relics. They think Yetis are devils posted around the mountains to guard the gods who supposedly live on the summits. Now, keep you away from them UFOs, or what you call UFOs, UAPs. That's they guard dogs, Jack. We've been knowing this, though. A lot of them are used as guard dogs. Or they're used to jump off the ship, go gather a couple of humans. You don't see your child, you don't see your old lady, or you don't see your sister, your brother, your auntie, nobody, your mommy, whoever went out there hiking, you don't see him no more. Your brother-in-law, your sister-in-law, your grandma, your granddad, whoever goes out there and hike, you don't see him no more. See, this is the point. This is what we talked about in the past. Certain areas we do not go in. We don't. This is like neighborhoods. If I'm a Crip, I'm not going to a blood neighborhood. If I'm GD, I'm not going to a BD or blood or Crip neighborhood. You get what I'm saying? Same thing with that. I try to put it in layman terms. They think Yetis are devils posted around the mountains to guard the gods who supposedly live on the summits. They seen the UFOs coming back and forth with the daggone grays and the reptoids on them. They got to have some type of force to back you off. If they ain't got to encounter you face to face, they use them. Same thing with the dog man. They talk about the dog man around the mounds, the burial mounds. Most of the burial mounds are very tied into our DNA and our relics of our people and ancestors. And these things are placed there at entrances and gateways and doorways where there are portals. So you'll see a dog man come out of the portal and tell somebody behind up and go back in, keeping them out that area. Or they come in and they say, okay, they send them in. They know they eat humans, so they go in and eat a human and leave. A lot of times people don't even have to encounter them, Jack. Just stay the hell away from them. In the fall of 1954, a tribe of headhunters in Assam reportedly killed and ate a creature 10 feet tall. See what I'm saying? Because they thought they were going to get superpowers. Sound like the delectable Negro, man, all over again. The bones and fur are supposed to have been carried off to the monastery. Tenzin has never seen a Yeti personally, but he does not question its existence. His father claims to have once met one face-to-face and managed to escape. He broke camp. I bet you got up out of there. Tenzin said his father wasn't allowed or given up to making up wild tales. Because he had a reputation. He going to ruin his reputation, right? Some people told the truth and was killed and scoffed. If they weren't killed, they were scoffed at and ridiculed. Made out to be crazy and bet crazy, right? And his description correlates with the reports of other eyewitnesses. Almost every expedition into the more remote sectors of the Himalayas in the past 50 years has seen and photographed the huge ABSM footprints, abominable snowman. Usually such prints are found in the snow at high altitudes, which are beyond the reach of most ordinary animals. After all, animals are not likely to venture into these areas where no food or prey can exist. Samples of Yeti droppings have also been collected and studied and indicate that it lives on a small rodent known as the mouse hare. Wow. So they're picking off they were eating rats or the mouse hare. So that's a cross between a mouse and a hare, a rabbit and a mouse. Huh? I ain't never heard of a mouse hare. A number of expeditions, and I've been in the field. I done slept in the wood. I done it all in the military. A number of expeditions have produced reliable reports of having seen the beast itself from a distance. It has been seen digging up roots with a stick, something no ordinary animal would do. This use of a tool puts it in a subhuman class, or a subhuman now. See what I'm saying? What man do? Man don't understand everything and doesn't have the intellect to, because they don't give themselves a chance to advance in the mindset before they call something what they call it, right? What could it be? Huh? What could it be? They don't know. there is some evidence that it might actually be a survival of the early Neanderthal man. Footprints known to have been made by Neanderthals have been discovered, and they are almost identical to the ABSM tracks, except for the ones that's facing backwards, right? Or would you ever know they was facing backwards? Because you don't see the actual being in its full proportion, right? You don't see it in its full form. But from what we hear and what we read a couple paragraphs of is that some of them got backwards facing feet that seem to be like hooves, but they're big feet. That's crazy. In 1948, an ancient cave long sealed by volcanic lava was opened near Taranto, Italy, and it was found to contain all kinds of interesting artifacts, including the footprints of modern type man, giant bears, and Neanderthals. See? The latter tracks were immediately recognized as being almost exactly the same as the footprints photographed by the various expeditions to Everest. What I'm saying here right now is that a lot of these tracks weren't even what they said they were. Even with the dinosaurs, we know it's gigantic Alpha Draconians that was here, that the bones and stuff was discarded and covered up and thrown in the middle of the ocean, whether it be the Pacific Ocean or the Atlantic Ocean or the great seas above that, right? They had to cover it up because it doesn't align with their religious system that they have set in place. If I lied to you about all this and wrote all this BS, and I said, hey, I'm going to back this by the clergy of men who are the high council, you get what I'm saying? It's all lies. Not all of it. But most of the majority of this crap is lies, man, because they've been lying. You see what I'm saying? And if you see a bear that's the size of 4 Kodiak grizzlies in history, and you know men are known to hunt and to seek and destroy everything, then you got to know it was here, and it would have still been here if it weren't for man. In 1948, an ancient cave long sealed by volcanic lava right here. You seeing this, right? Okay, let's skip on now. The latter tracks were immediately recognized as being almost exactly the same as the footprints photographed by the various expeditions to Everest, right? Of equal interest was the fact that the discovery seemed to indicate that modern man and Neanderthals existed in the same era, a fact which led the type B scientists to quickly shuffle the discovery into the back of their files. What I want to tell you, because it didn't align with what they had going on, Jack. In the 1950s, an expedition in the Middle East unearthed relics which suggested that modern man, Cro-Magnon man, and Neanderthal man had all existed at the same time. So one didn't come from the other, neither did the other. Now, DNAs was spliced by these beings we call greys and reptoids and reptiles, whatever you want to call them, right? Mantis beings, different ones, Grail, you know, there's so many different. I'm going to pull up a book on it, too. I got the book already up here, as you see at the top. This, too, was quickly swept under the carpet by the pro-evolution types. So Darwinism, Darwin, all that, everything that they lied about, Jack, they lied. Relearn, unlearn, unindoctrinate yourself. After all, if these various human and subhuman personages all live together in a single epoch, then there is something radically wrong with overlong accepted evolutionary scale. That's because it was all about control, where they got us at now, right? The evidence we are summarizing here opens a whole new anthropological bag. Could the wild man of the woods of Europe have been stray survivors of some ancient time, gradually driven further and further back into the forests and mountains, forced to mate with human females in order to survive at all, and finally pressed into extinction when human females were no longer readily accessible? Huh? Do you hear this? Good God Almighty. Sound like most of them was killed off at some point, so they started taking the women to themselves of other breeds, even including animals. You get what I'm saying? So when you look at it, they had to put a baby in anything. If they could catch a buffalo slipping, it was over with, Jack. Hey, man, I know it ain't funny. I know you don't put that vision in your head either, because that's some wild stuff. I wouldn't have wanted to been living back then. Hell, I don't want to be around the national parks now, because you know what's happening to the women there now. And then the man. Now it seems now the reversal of roles is switched. Now they need males. So they're taking German DNA for the Hitler group that escaped in the 1940s, and they splicing it with the grays now, with the troglodytes and stuff like that, right? The troglodytes have always been splicing and doing things here. Look what they doing in the lab. They just had the first clone baby. They said what's the first clone baby, and we know they've been cloning since well before the 1930s. Come stop playing, man. Way before the 1930s. For thousands of years they've been cloning. It's just been passed on. All right. So they said when human females were no longer readily accessible, right? Pressed into extinction. So they started messing with other animals too. Could these hairy beings have survived in the remote fastness of the Himalayas and the deep jungles of Brazil and northern Canada? We have seen the Yeti footprints for ourselves. We have even tried to track the animal down to his lair. See, they keep saying animal. It's not a freaking animal. In Jadoo, this adventure was fully described. Here is a summary of that narrative. While traveling through northern Sikkim with a native god named Norbuhu, we heard the Yeti's distinctive call, which sounded like a bird very near, short chirps with a slight wobble. That's another thing. The sounds, the bird chirping doesn't sound exactly like a bird. It throws you off because it sounds like a bird. And most people who who don't have a set in their mind where they can pick up on sounds like that or don't know the animals in the area will get easily fooled. It's called Mimic. They made a whole movie about it. Mimic 1, Mimic 2, Mimic 3. Only difference, these beings won't hairy. Huh? There was more of a reptilian type being, right? That mimic the voice of someone as a loved one, or they can shift into a loved one, right? Same thing what this thing can do. Similar to monkey chatter, but higher pitched and less defined. We were very close to the border of Tibet and soon found definitive Yeti tracks. The tracks were clear and spaced at a leisurely pace, right? At a leisurely pace. It was definitely not an ape or bear, and the prints were much too big to have been made by a barefooted man. Then suddenly, from somewhere in front of us, there was a sharp animal scream, brief, filled with tearing pain. Now, this sounds like, once again, when Dennis Martin disappeared out in Great Smoky Mountains when they heard that a god-awful scream, and then they seen that thing up on a mountain, right? Carrying something over his shoulder. These are the sounds. It's another national park. I'm going to say it was Yosemite, where another child went missing with a family of 5, I believe it was. And one of the DNR guys came to Brenton Sarn. Shout out to my brother Brenton Sarn. RIP to your brother. I did a sit down with him about Dog Man and my grandfather, right? Years ago before he passed. But he talked about this with the DNR on his show, where this guy actually seen him and 3 other DNR agents seen this thing carrying a child over his shoulder, but it was moving so fast they couldn't get a shot off. They couldn't take off. Let me tell you first of all, before we keep continuously. The family was out here walking through this area, beautiful area, right? They kept smelling the smell of dog, wet animal, wet dog piss and flesh. They said it smelled rotten and it smelled musky. They turn around, their child walking off to the side of them. Child snatched real fast. This how you know they moved through portals, because the way and the where they was on this trail was nowhere to run from left to right without being seen. They went back to get the daggone Forest Park Rangers. The DNR came in with their guns. They went to go search and looked through a pair of binoculars. They heard a loud scream, looked in this area, seen this thing, and then they seen what it was carrying over his shoulder, and they couldn't catch up with it. In the story. All right. Then suddenly, from somewhere in front of us, there was a sharp animal, only what screamed brief, filled with tearing pain. God awful scream. Norbuhu jumped a foot. Then there was only sounds and the drip of water on the leaves overhead. A little further on, a group of natives appeared and led us to their village on the brink of a narrow river. They'd heard the scream too. It was a panther, they said, a dying panther. They had found a bloody spot surrounded by Yeti tracks. They were rushing back to their village when they bumped into us. So they're saying, damn, the Yeti killed the panther. But damn, we're hearing the sounds of a Yeti when they make these horrible screams. Maybe he did knock off a panther, though. But damn, when we find out how fast they move, you find out that most subjects don't even get to get a scream off. Not even the animal, a deer either. Huh? They break their neck so fast, it's like they don't even feel it. They were rushing back to their village when they bumped into us, right? Could a Yeti kill a panther? I asked. You got to ask yourself that when they walk around, some of them 10 feet, 20 feet tall plus. Huh? It was one of the few things that could. Nahubu turned back to Dubdi, right? And I proceeded along. The trail was easy to follow, too easy. The Yeti was more agile and faster than the plodding white man. True to what the llamas had told me repeatedly. The Yeti was picking the easiest route to wherever it was going, avoiding more difficult jungle areas, picking the shallowest spots in rivers, etc. Sometimes it seemed as if I were right on top of him. Other times I seemed to have no chance of finding it. Playing with their mind psychologically. You see what's going on here? This is what happens right now. Tracks mysteriously disappear, tracks mysteriously appear. We've seen this in the actual woods of Fort Hood, seeing strange tracks, and they say, okay, that's a cow. I've been around cows on farms. I've seen tracks in mud of cows, and I knew damn well it wasn't no cow. Tracks was 3 to 4 times the size of cows. Okay? And that's Fort Hood. I found villages and lamaseries in a state of alert and fear after having heard or seen my prey. You hear this? So they heard the scream. They all knew what it was. If it was a dead panther, what you gonna be scared for? Because it's dead, it died. No, they knew what it was making that noise. The panther ain't get a scream off. The panther neck was snapped. All the descriptions ran the same. And that's if it was a panther. Because it could have been a human. All the descriptions ran the same. It was 3 feet taller than myself. I'm 6 feet 2 inches, covered with brown hair, with a hairless red face, and a head that sloped up to a slight point. So it sloped at the top. If you can imagine that, imagine the cone head with the slope on the front. At a monastery above chain thing, right? The llamas was beating drums and blowing trumpets when I arrived. They'd seen the Yeti only a few hours before, running along the trail I was following. Following the hot and cold Yeti trail, I arrived at last in the northern village of Layson, right? 8,800 feet above sea level, where the natives grabbed me excitedly and led me through the tortuous passes to a marsh. All right, a Yeti, my Yeti, no doubt, had been seen there by a group of children that very morning. The place was crawling with tracks. As I stood there looking down at them, an eerie screech drifted down from the jolting rocks nearby, right? See what I'm saying? That's the noise they was hearing. The effect on the natives was electric. They were stunned and frightened. Only my presence kept them from running. They watched me with alarmed curiosity, wondering what I was going to do. Go up there, get your behind tore up. Because at the end of the day, they was frightened. But what would make you stand there? Okay, y'all gonna make sure he get back so they don't say, hey, we killed the white man. You know what I'm saying? We harmed the white man, so they're gonna come in here and kill us all because they think we harmed them. And that's why they stayed. It was just not only the stun and frightened and then the presence of him wanting them to not run. It wasn't him just saying, because if I'm gonna get out of Dodge, I don't care what you got to say, but I know if I brung you in this area and I know how y'all carrying it, y'all come in with y'all guns, y'all gonna blow us down. Now let me bring him back so we can have a witness testimony. Hey, we ain't bring him in here for him to die. He want to be so curious. Curiosity does what? Kill the cat every time. I was wondering too. Cautiously, I moved forward, staggering up an inclined path strewn with giant boulders. Finally, I emerged onto the edge of a sweeping cavity filled with water, where broken trees and decayed bushes poked up like skeletons. That was where I saw it. Maybe it wasn't a Yeti. I wasn't close enough to be absolutely sure, but something was out there across the lake. Something big, breathtakingly big and brown, and moving swiftly, splashing through the shallow, icy waters toward a pile of boulders. Did they tell you it was on 2 feet, Jack? As it neared them, another brown blur moved out to meet it, and together they disappeared beyond the debris of a landfall. I circled the lake and headed cautiously up through the rocks and landfills, right? Or landfalls, right? In a few minutes, I came to a narrow channel in the cliffs. Suddenly, the high-pitched Yeti call sounded again, and I froze. It was coming from the cliffs overhead. The Yetis were up there somewhere watching me, jeering me. No, they was giving you a warning. Don't bring your behind up here, because if you do, I ain't got no control of what I'm going to do. Stay back. That's their well-known warning. We have a military map that actually shows you this in survival training from the 1970s. And some maps that are hidden, we still have that will show you that it even describes the sounds that they make to the best of their ability. We have audio. And it all says the same thing. It's a gut-wrenching jolt in your system. It almost is like a tiger's infrasound, but 10, 20 times worse. It can make you freeze in your tracks, and you can't even control your feet. Something in your brain shuts off. That's why I tell them, go ahead, Boomer. Keep following it, because you're going to end up like the rest. I hugged the side of the channel, and I looked up. High above me, there was a quick movement, a flash of brown against the gray sky. The Yetis must have climbed straight up the sheer face of the cliffs, something no bear or ape could do easily. They climbing with arms, with feet. I knew I couldn't climb those cliffs, not without rock climbing gear, right? I knew I couldn't get near those clever, evasive animals alone. Animals, once again, everything got to be an animal, but he more intelligent than your behind. I stood there intensely for a long time. Then I slowly backed out of that channel. That was as close as I ever got to the abominable snowman. You got any closer, you would have been on the grill inside the mountain. The most recent appearance of the abominable footprints was in March 1969. Mr. Charles Lux, a mountaineer from Center Point, New York, was trekking. I remember him. Through Nepal when he came across a set of tracks in the snow at 12,000 feet. They were 4 inches wide, 7 inches long, and seemed to have a middle toe slightly longer than the other 4. The tracks extended for about 100 feet, leading into the underbrush and ignoring a nearby open path. So it just disappeared. See that? Disappeared at the brush. Went through a portal right there. See what I'm saying? I ain't never heard no rat dog before. Shout out to the chat, my dog Apollo, man. Shout out to everybody up in the building, man. Love y'all, man. Yeah, I ain't never heard no crap. Like, I had to look down at the chat. I had to look at the phone, B. Well, that's crazy. Meanwhile, in the Soviet Union, right? We going to chapter 8, I believe this is, right? Pity the poor Yeti. He doesn't exist, but he doesn't have enough brain. He doesn't exist, but he doesn't have enough brains to realize it. What? This is their thinking, right? All that you can't put on paper and make it fit into your ideology or your narrative. That's why I'm constantly learning every day, because whatever doesn't fit into a narrative just ain't in the narrative. I don't have no narrative. All we have is learning. The mystery of the giant footprints has been solved many times by many type B scientists. I'm gonna ask you something. Why do you think it's said that the hearts of man will fail them once they see the mysteries beyond what's hidden right in front of us, right? But in all actuality, if these dumb behinds didn't hide what's well known to many people in the world from us and made us more intellectually aware of the presence of these other things in our environments, just like in the military, we go through so much training, NTC, before we be shipped out and deployed to Iraq, Afghanistan, Germany, wherever we going, right? We have to be an NTC before we go to war, right? We are introduced to the environment before we get there. The pressures of war, shown videos of what is caused if we not on our job, or this may happen. You get what I'm saying? We are debriefed before we in the area. So if we are debriefed on these things that we have no idea are here with us on this earth, it's lightens and lessens the pain of the weight of not knowing. Same thing with movies and with the music, desensitizing to death and shooting one another and killing one another. The same way they do that, they could have did it with the unknown unknowns. I sound like Samuel Jackson. Let's go. So they say the mystery of giant footprints has been solved many times by many type B scientists. Back in 1958, a Wire story quoted an anthropologist from Johns Hopkins University explaining that the Yeti footprints were made by natives wearing sandals with their big toes sticking out. The natives of the Himalayas apparently never read the story, and so they continue to wear heavy boots when they are wading around in the mountain snows. See, once again, they lie. Somebody is always shooting at these hairy illusions, and there are a number of documented accounts of the creatures having been shot dead or captured and dying slowly in captivity. Yeah, because once the ones that they can get them before, like I said, they had different abilities applied later on. The ones that they can get them before they can get into these mountains and stuff, they covered up the body and destroyed the evidence. So they're telling you that these natives walk around with big giant, big ass shoes, and it's what they're doing. No, that's not the truth, and that's no other case. The real myth seems to be the scientific allegation that the abominable snowman does not exist, has never existed, and cannot possibly exist. Tell that to the people who missing out in the mountains, Jack. Tell that to the people that our guys had to go in there and try to rescue and bring back, and they couldn't find nothing but gear if they found their backpack or hiking gear at all. Talk to me. Huh? Tell that to a lot of my battle buddies who were sent up in the mountains. Tell that to them that they don't exist. Tell that to the ones that got PTSD like me, that my mind is gone. Huh? China has produced a considerable amount of ABSM lore, and a good part of it correlates favorably with the material from the Himalayas and even from Canada. So you're hearing this. The real myth seems to be the scientific allegation that the abominable snowman does not exist, has never existed, and cannot possibly exist. China, that's the man's thinking on this earth. China has produced a considerable amount of ABSM lore, and a good part of it correlates favorably with the material from the Himalayas and even from Canada. One story relates how a group of Chinese hunters came upon an ABSM in 1913, shot and wounded it, carrying it triumphantly to Patang in Singan province, where it survived for some months. The late Frank Edwards describes it in Stranger Than Science as a creature with a black monkey-like face covered with silvery yellow hair several inches long. It had exceptionally powerful hands and had feet much like those of a human rather than an ape. And it grunted and made grunteral sounds that spent most of its time pursing its lips and making loud whistling noises. So it was clacking the teeth and all that, right? In 1954, a Chinese official in the Yunnan province told some visiting Russians that a hair-covered race of subhumans thrived in the mountains of western Yunnan. One of them had even been captured a few years earlier and brought to Kunming. It's the same thing that happened down there in Canada, Afghanistan. When the first team went in there, they got murked. The first team, it came out the cave. This thing was almost 13 to 15 feet tall, impaled one guy on a makeshift weapon, a giant, would look like a spirit head. It smelled musky from what my guys were telling me around the base, because the story was going around faster than wildfire. They said this thing was 13 to 15 feet. I didn't go to Afghanistan. I went to Iraq, and thank God I did. I ain't really no thanks in going to Iraq either. But at least I went where they was at with their account. They sent the second special force team in there to go get this thing. They said shoot high. So they were shooting high and aiming high. When it came out in the mountain, it made that same gurgling sound. All that, right? We even had recordings from it. All right. The way they found their team was their body parts and equipment, radio gear, bones, and pieces of BDU. Well, I'm going to say ACUs at the time was spoiled out around the ground. And then they smelt this musky smell, and then it approached out the cave at a top speed. And these guys was getting impaled again. But luckily, it was a blessing. They started shooting up to the face, and they just kept aiming at the face, took it down. Black helicopters come in, come get the body, put it in the net, take it up out of there. Now, we had another situation where they put one on the back of a deuce and a half way back in the day and took it up out the mountains. So like I said, there's a lot of things y'all don't know about in the United States or other countries that a lot of us deal with. A lot of military don't have the same experience. A lot of us are sent into areas to deal with humans and humans alone. A lot of us are sitting in areas dealing with things that we had God no idea that it was even existing. But when you go back and read some of these books, you figure it out. The Chinese called them ginseng or bear man. In other regions, the Chinese speak of giant hairy animals known locally as kardan and bekbok. It is well known to the tribes of the Gobi Desert and the people of the Mongolia. And ancient Chinese literature frequently alludes to these hairy mountain men. It would take a book twice the length of this one just to list the many available literary references extant. Explorers and expeditions to those far corners have returned with a wealth of information about these fascinating animals, and numerous accounts and descriptions have been published in random scientific journals over the years, right? So why we got all this evidence, but it's so hard for people to believe. That's why they said the hearts of man, even the women and children, will fail from what they see, because once they come from under the ground and out of the mountains, people ain't gonna be able to believe it, because you've been so used to going to the store, watching movies, normal day life, going to the club, going to the grocery store, your everyday job. You get what I'm saying? That's all we know. We don't know nothing outside of this life, what we living, right? So when you find out these things, it hits you like a ton of bricks. You ever been chased by a dog? You just ever been walking from work and you just happen to be walking around the corner and the dog pop out and you running for your life, your heart racing? Now imagine that effect times 100 when you turn the corner and see something that you can't even never believe. Your mind just might shut down. You just might go from sane to insane in a matter of seconds. With the exception of the European stories and some of these, some of those reports from Canada, it seems that the majority of these creatures are accompanied by a pungent, very unpleasant odor. See what I'm saying? You see this right here? This is what we're talking about. Same thing with the Canada giant in Afghanistan. Very unpleasant odor. It stinks like all hell. This stink seems to exceed normal animal smells and could eventually offer some kind of clue to the body chemistry of the creatures. They are able to turn it on and off willingly. If you don't know, they can excrete it through their pores, and that is something as a deterrent for you to get the hell out the area. For now, we can only conclude that the abominable snowman is using the wrong kind of soap. That's crazy, right? They're using the wrong kind of soap. Nah, in all actuality though, all jokes aside, you smell these smells in the area, you got your old lady with you or you got your children with you, back up out there. Don't let your child run in front of you or run behind you or beside you. You grab your child up and you get the hell up out of there, man. Or you got a high chance that you won't see them again, because once they snatch them, they move so fast through portals until they get to wherever they're going, whether it's underground or the mountains or whatever cavern is under the creek beds or around the boulder fields. You ain't getting them back unless they place them back. And 9 times in 10, if they do place them back to get you out the area, they're already unalived. Then the cause of death is going to be due to exposure. Death due to exposure or hypothermia. North of Tibet and west of China. I'm giving you the sauce. That's why I told you. They can't mess with me. David Pilates should put me in one of his documentaries and let me talk. North of Tibet and west of China, the Soviet Union has several isolated pockets where ABSM types are seen to abound, right? So the abominable snowman types seem to abound, right? Isolated pockets in these areas, right? In Soviet Union, up in the mountains of Siberia and everywhere else. They even ran from Alaska, man. A lot of the people who ran here to the Great Holy Land ran from Alaska because of these beings. Yeah, they circle you. You won't see them. You will hear them before you see them. Really, you'll smell them sometime before you see them. Sometimes you don't smell them at all. They turn it on and off, especially when they're around children. They trying to steal them. All right. Russian scientists have long had a special interest in the Yeti and have periodically sent out expeditions to try to learn more about them. Now, how many of those expeditions we seen where people disappeared? They had a whole squadron disappear. A number of well-documented reports have come from Russia and have been collected and translated by Ivan T. Sanderson. A good part of the Yeti literature, in the United States is based entirely upon Mr. Sanderson's research and writings, usually without mentioning his name at all. We are therefore going to give Mr. Sanderson full credit before we proceed to steal some choice items from his work. We ain't stealing, we learning. In Abominable Snowman, legend come to life, Sanderson deals at length with the geographical distribution of the ABSM, which you know now is Abominable Snowman. Stories and points out how unlikely it is for separate, isolated cultures to come up with identical details, unless there was some definite truth underlying those details. What it's saying here is how these guys over here who never seen each other, that live in a whole nother continent, got the same crap going on, and then telling you the same stories that's up in the mountains in Russia, way over here, Mount Etna, Mount Everest, Mount Shasta, whatever West Bubba mountain there is. You get what I'm saying? Any area, any continent, you get the same stories. They even have one in Africa. Get what I'm saying? That was 5-7 feet tall. And it was being dominated by this thing for the longest before, it was wiped out. All right. And they still have some of them there in certain areas. An abominable snowman. See what I'm saying? Legend to come. Sanderson deals with lymph. See what I'm saying? What's going on? Let's skip ahead, though. My bad. All right. Tribes speaking entirely different languages and remaining almost completely isolated from other tribes of their own race have managed to produce identical ABSM data, right? Or ABSM data, right? Even in the United States, where general communications are superb in comparison to the remote fastness of Tibet and China, the many annual encounters with ABSM types rarely receive any publicity beyond the areas where they occurred because they don't want the whole world to know. They don't want the whole world to know this is what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we don't know what we don't know. Exactly, bro. We don't know what we don't know because they don't teach us, and nor do they let us learn, because at the end of the day, they hide anything, and then they intimidate who? They intimidate the witness reports. The witness reporters, at least, right? So monster stories like flying saucer tales are human interest items and rarely receive much notice in the national press, nor in the national parks. You ain't heard none of that. You ain't heard what I said, though. This dearth of published reports is in our favor, since few witnesses have even heard of these things before their own encounter, while most Americans have now read random superficial items about both Yetis and UFOs. See, and this is what we talk about with MUFON and other UFOologists. And then you got your Bigfoot, your Sasquatch research teams. They don't want to equate the two together. The whole time they're coming from the same source. Greys, reptiles, the serpents of the sea, the ones flying around on ship carriers, whatever you want to call them, spaceships, they're not from space. They're from right here. Get what I'm saying? They're from right here. They come from different dimensional portals around us. Our military knows this. That's why we slow walking you to it, because really we ain't got no time at hand before it all starts coming out in the open. Anyways, a lot of people's hearts going to be failing. They're going to be having heart attacks. Some of them going to be going batch crazy. You know what I mean? They're going to lose their mind in a matter of seconds, in a matter of minutes. It's going to be like somebody just erased your brain. Some of them going to be bumping their head into walls, all types of craziness. Like you in an insane asylum, right? Because once again, they didn't teach you, nor did they desensitize you to these things. Most of us have to go months, if not a year or years, in training to even stomach some of the stuff we have to see in war. So imagine these things. All right. So the Soviet Union could conceivably capture a whole tribe of Yetis, and we might never know it until they put them on display at the next World's Fair. See what I'm saying? So they can have this thing here the whole time and know it, just like they have the cadavers. I showed you the bodies of the so-called, what y'all want to call types of alien or ETs. I got real visuals, real actual pictures of the bodies. That they came and the military came to my door the first year of me being in my house. And this is my first year, 13, 14 months. They came here October the 29th, 2024, behind me exposing those pictures to y'all. I got in deep stuff. All right. Those pictures on Patreon now. You can see them. But like I said, be careful. Don't go posting that nowhere. Material published in the Russian language rarely filters down to American monster buffs. Whole states in the United States have been thrown into an uproar over monster mania in recent years, with armies of armed men, police dogs, and helicopters searching hundreds of square miles in vain efforts to locate the unbelievable creatures, which were reportedly slaughtering domestic animals and terrifying farmers. Sounds like what we going through right now, don't it? Huh? Miniature horses coming up dead, cows mysteriously coming up dead, mutilated, people coming up dead and mutilated. Not by human hand. We know when the human does it. But what causes headlines in the newspapers in one state is often ignored, see what I'm saying, altogether in the press of adjoining states. Because these people have lied so much, they can't regurgitate what they said and then turn around and tell you the truth at the same time. Darwinism theory. Huh? Are you kidding me? Niggas came from monkeys? Is you sick? Folks came from monkeys? Is you sick? We didn't. This is all by design. But what causes headlines in the newspapers in one state is often ignored altogether in the press of adjoining states. You see why. News of these monsters panics. News of these monster panics rarely appear in the New York Times or Time and Newsweek. We live in a world so filled with hard news of war and disaster that these more unusual events are reduced to the status of fillers and human interest items. Something like the Trading Post and what we call what was those things we called them, man? The what was those little daggone clippings we used to get, man? You used to go in the daggone grocery store and you get those crazy magazines. Lizard kid with an orphan head, some dumb stuff. What do we call them, man? Golly, it's on top of my head. Tabloids. Satire tabloids. There we go. Yes, sir. Let me look at the chat. New movie coming out, Disclosure by Steven Spielberg. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. See, I gotta check that out. Yeah, there was a reason I believe everything you've been saying, because that they just don't come out to people houses for no reason. Exactly. Yeah, they came to me, man. I still got them on video. I got both of their faces. And then the black dude, he pulled the trigger finger on my camera, letting me know to shut up. But he know I'm one of their top shooters. I'm 40 out of 40 eagle eye every time I was shot something. That's why they put me on the 50 cal, because they could trust me. All right? They could trust me. They just can't trust me with this information. Sorry to say. I got to tell the truth. All right, now where were we at? All right. Whole states in the United States. All right, hold on. All right, go back down. All right. Keep going. All right, New York Times, Newsweek. We live in a world. Okay. They talking about it's all about war. It's all about disasters. Okay. And censorship is a must, right? So they say reduced to the status of fillers and human interest items. Collectors of esoterica tend to regard all of this as some form of sinister censorship. Yes, it is. And circulate wild stories about how the government suppresses the news of such events. Yeah, they'll get you out the way, Jack. They'll get you out the way. Real quick, you understand? They don't want this information out. In countries such as the Soviet Union, where the press really is controlled and censored by the government, there are certain to be even fewer published reports. There lives in Moscow today a scientist by the name of V.A. Kalovka. Sanderson writes, who, I'm guessing that's a Russian name, right? Sanderson writes, who in 1913 submitted a full and detailed report on the East Asiatic ABSMs, Asiatic Abominable Snowmans, to the Russian Imperial Academy of Sciences. This priceless material was shared. He was denied funds to continue his field investigations, and he was frankly told to shut up. See what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about. In more recent years, some maverick Russian scientists have begun to take a more open interest in the ABSM mystery, and a few papers on the subject have been circulated in limited numbers. See what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, and by the way, the pictures that I'm telling you about, I posted on my YouTube the beginning of last year, right? That's why they got on me. YouTube struck it. All I did was post the picture of other bodies, right? I posted the picture, right? They came to my door. Then I posted a picture where they put it, they hit me with a strike for graphic content. Won't no blood or nothing, just showing the beans, right? And then I posted the picture on TikTok on a page. I made a new fresh page on TikTok. Tell me why they banned that page. That was my only video. Well, I had 3 videos up there that was just miscellaneous stuff. I posted a picture of those beans, and it was a wrap. I posted the pictures, right? It was a wrap. They came straight to my door. Like I told you, I still got the videos of their faces. I got the whole conversation and everything on my cameras, all that. All right. In more recent years, some maverick Russian scientists have begun to take a more open interest in the ABSM mystery, and a few papers on the subject have been circulated in limited numbers. A geologist named B.M. Sordrick claims that he stumbled upon a sleeping creature in 1934 while trekking along Darwas Ridge in the Palmers, right? He was about 1.5 meters in length, approximately 4 feet 10 inches. Zoric reported the head and the forward limbs could not be seen because they were hidden by a growth of wild oats. The legs, however, could be seen. They had black naked soles and were too long and graceful to have belonged to a bear. His back was also too flat to be a bear's, right? The whole body of this animal was covered with fur, more like the fur of a yak than the rich fur of a bear. The color of the fur was a grayish brown, somewhat more prominent brown than a bear's. You see what's going on here? Telling you, it's all in front of our face. His guide was badly frightened by this sight, and the two men did not stay to study the creature more closely. Legends of these creatures abound throughout the Paranormal mountain range. A man in chest tab is supposed to have wrestled with one of them in 1939. He was out hunting around 4 p.m. when an animal sprang at him. Now this hunter wrestled with Gulbavian. The story goes, Gulbavian was covered with short, soft wool, and the man could not get hold of anything. Good God Almighty. So the way his body was, he couldn't grab nothing, not an arm, no nothing. He was slick. On the face of this man, there was also short wool, and there was a terrible odor coming from him. Finally, the hunter was able to throw the Gulbanian to the ground, right? But at the same time, he lost consciousness himself. The villagers came upon the man and brought him home. The ground around him bore evidence of this wrestling match. While camping near the head of the Jumurk River in the Soviet Union, Professor V.K. Leontiev reportedly obtained a brief glimpse of a Yeti type. It was in August 1957, and the professor's adventure began when he heard an unusual cry. It wasn't like the yell of an animal, not any wild mammal, right? No wild mammal or bird known to me could have made such a sound. And yet it couldn't be a human being either. The professor wrote shortly afterwards he saw something moving across a field of snow about 150 feet away. He was walking on his feet, not touching the ground with his hands. Leontiev, right? Continue, right? His shoulders were unusually wide. His body was covered with long dark hair. He was about 2.2 meters, about 7 feet tall. The professor said he picked up his rifle and fired at the being. At the sound of the shot, the creature took off at an incredible speed and disappeared into some high rocks beyond the snowfield. Large footprints were left behind. The Russian Information Service supplied Mr. Sanderson with a translation of the following testimony from Lieutenant Colonel V.S. Kapitan, right, of the medical service of the Soviet Army. From October to December of 1941, our infantry battalion was stationed some 30 kilometers from the town of Bunskin in the Dagestan A.S.R. One day, the representatives of the local authorities asked me to examine a man caught in the surrounding mountains and brought to the district center. My medical advice was needed to establish whether or not this curious creature was a disguised spy, right? I entered a shed with 2 members of the local authorities. When I asked why I had to examine the man in a cold shed and not in the warm room, I was told that the prisoner could not be kept in the warm room. If it was a spy, why couldn't it be kept in the warm room? They knew exactly what it was, right? He had sweated in the house so profusely that they had to keep him in the shed. He would have died, right? Just the same way when they try to keep those so-called graves back in the early 80s and the 70s, way back in 1946, when they try to keep them in the biosphere, they had to try to figure out the environment that they could deal with, right? The type of environment that they can be in, right? And 9 times out of 10, they died because they couldn't sustain the environment, right, for them, right? I could still see the creature as it stood before me, a male, naked and barefooted, and it was doubtlessly a man because its entire shape was human, right? The chest, back, and shoulders, however, were covered with shaggy hair of a dark brown color. This fur of his was much like that of a bear and 2 to 3 centimeters long. The fur was thinner and softer below the chest. His wrists were crude and sparsely covered with hair. The palms of his hands and soles of his feet were free of hair. But the hair on his head reached to his shoulders, partially covering his forehead. The hair on his head, moreover, felt very rough to the hand. He had no beard or mustache, though his face was completely covered with a light growth of hair. The hair around his mouth was also short and sparse. The man stood absolutely straight with his arms hanging and his height was above the average, about 180 centimeters, about 70 inches, right? He stood before me like a giant. His mighty chest thrust forward. His fingers were thick, strong, and exceptionally large. On the whole, he was considerably bigger than any of the local inhabitants, right? His eyes told me nothing. They were dull and empty, the eyes of an animal. So they say animal once again. And he seemed to me like an animal and nothing more. As I learned, he had accepted no food or drink since he was caught. He had asked for nothing and said nothing. When kept in the warm room, he sweated profusely. While I was there, some water, and he said, while I was there, some water and then some bread was brought up to his mouth, and someone offered him a hand, but there was no reaction. I gave the verbal conclusion that this was no disguised person, but a wild man of some sort or some kind, right? Then I returned to my unit and never heard of him again. Once again, let's stop right there. I'm gonna be right back. Let me get a video in here right quick for y'all. Hold on 2 seconds. Gotta run to the restroom break. Hold on. Let me give y'all a video right quick. Stay still for a minute. Don't move nowhere. Let's go. Like I told you, I tell you the truth, man. You ain't for God if you got fear of telling the truth, because God don't need you that way. If you scary, go to church then. Because at the end of the day, we've been lied to our whole lives. And the problem with us being lied to is that you're being led wrong. All right? Watch this for a second. And if you're following wrong, you're going to follow these people right to hell. This is for educational purposes only. The Truth Blog. We're going to get straight into it. Straight into it. God bless, man. Support a disabled vet if you can. They trying to monetize me, which means a gag order and control over my content, which I would not do to y'all because I'm believing in giving you the full information like it should be.
The fact that this giant had 6 fingers and 6 toes, as well as flaming red hair. There was also a stench that was as powerful as a skunk, but according to the shooter, smelled more like a pile of rotting corpses. Here's the clip, and you can decide for yourself if giants are alive and well and living in the present day.
You were in Afghanistan in 2002, and you were called into a very remote section of Afghanistan because a patrol had basically gone missing.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. No villages around, nothing.
For miles.
Right.
So very remote.
Yeah, very remote. So we flew in. Did about 4 kilometers. We're hiking through the same area where they were supposed to make one of their checkpoints, one of their rally points. And before we left, there was all kinds of what happened with an ambush. But that was even odd because at point of ambush, you would call for maybe close air support, something. Okay. There was no calls made, just off the bridge. So we're coming down a mountainside. It was a nice path to go past. As we bent around this corner, you could see this opening of the cave. There's a cave as we're coming around. And then I see there's a lot of rocks, which is another oddity, and then bone matter. When I'm not close enough to identify what kind of bones, but I did see something I knew was a piece of our communications equipment. So instantly, we're thinking ambush, maybe animal, could be anything. And there was enough room in front of this cave, but it had a sheer drop-off. But there was enough room that we actually got into a decent dispersal in case of ambush.
You see something coming out of the cave, and it's moving with a speed and agility that catches you off guard.
Everybody. And he comes out. It was a man at least 12 to 15 feet. This is a monster. Red beard. Then his hair was long past the shoulder. A scarlet red. And Dan runs at him, starts shooting, broke all of us into the reality. Because it was so surreal.
Now your training is kicking in.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Muscle memory. Right. Complete muscle memory. While Dan is moving at him, Another bro of mine's laying down fire, and I start firing. He skewers Dave. He's now got him on this pike. It went through him. And he's still got him, and he's coming after more. We all just clicked in. I don't know what it was, but I remember we're all like, shoot him in the face, shoot him in the face. And our weapons components were M4s, we had 308s, and we had Barrett 50s. This is sounding longer than it took. We're talking 30 seconds. And he's taking multiple hits, and is still moving.
He talked about this giant being 1,100 pounds, anywhere from 10 to 15 feet long, and it was killed. It was apparently shot somewhere in a cave in Afghanistan, but before it was shot, it lunged at several of our troops, our soldiers. It may have even gorged somebody. It was just a bizarre story, and it just sounds like the Nephilim from the Bible, doesn't it?
That's why we're so fascinated by this.
All right, you hearing that for yourself? You hearing that for yourself right there? All right, like I told you, word is bond, and that you right about that, right? Yeah, it confirms that it's true. All of it's true. That's why they pissed off with me, because I'm on all gas, no brakes, Jack. You see what I'm saying? Like he said, this thing probably eats raw, you know what I mean? Raw flesh. So at the end of the day, any animal, deer, mountain goat, or whatever, other creatures and everything else that we can't even think of, right? Maybe human too. And when they approached it, it was nonverbal. It didn't want to talk. For one, it wanted to be released back to where it was. See what I'm saying? Since Colonel Caperton, right, makes no mention of the man's odor, right? Despite his sweating, we assume he was not a member of the smelly variety. No, like I told you, they got secretional glands in their body. They choose when to release it and when not to release it. Just like the guy who told you he had a conversation with one. He actually talked through telepathy with one. That video blew up everywhere. When I first posted it, it was first on Facebook. Then we posted it to TikTok. And of course, everybody took it and, they made their videos and did bigger videos than me. I hit over probably 400,000 views, and then somebody else took it and made it 8-9 million views. There are many other Soviet accounts of captured Yeti types, right? Some at great variance with the others. Professor Kalakov's 1913 report contains several of these cases. He describes, for example, how a group of herdsmen captured one of these creatures in the mountains of Iran, Kabard, right? This one was one of the shorties. They the shorter ones, right? They call them shorties. Kalikov, right, wrote, the wild man was a male below average height, covered with hair like a young camel. He had long arms far below his knees, stooped with shoulders hunched forward. Same thing like with the dog man, hunched forward, arms hanging long down to the sides, right? His chest was flat and narrow. His forehead sloping over the eyes with prominently arched brows, right? So his forehead sloping over the eyes with prominently arched brows. Lower jaw was massive without any chin. Nose was small with large nostrils. The ears were large without any lobes, pointed back. Imagine that. On the back of his neck, there was a rise. The skin on the forehead, elbows, and knees hard and tough. When he was captured, he was standing with his legs spread, slightly bent in the knees. When he was running, he was spreading his feet wide apart awkwardly, swinging his arms. The instep of the wild man resembled a human, but at least twice the size with widely separated toes. The large toe being shorter than that of the humans, right? And widely separated from the others. The arm with long fingers was like human arm, right? And yet different. When the wild man, at the insistence of the herders, was allowed to go free, two men followed him and discovered the place where he vanished, an indentation under a hanging rock strewn with high grass. You hearing this? just disappeared right there. The local residents offered additional information about these creatures that they lived in pairs, seldom seen by people, and not at all dangerous to humans. That's what he said. Not at all dangerous to humans till you find out. You mess around and find out, right? So it had a large gate walking and running, right? And then it disappeared right into like what you call a rock, a strewn rock, like it had a doorway there. Passed right through, went into the mountains, and went back up under the ground. All right, or went back into the mountain. A second witness stated that for several months he observed a wild man in the regions of the rivers of Manassas, right? Manass, right? Or Dam, right? This creature of the female sex was sometimes chained to a small mill, but was also allowed to go free. So see what I'm saying? Chaining them up, should leave them alone, let them be free. They here on the green earth just like you is. You have no business messing with them. All right? But somehow, you know how I go. They got to have their way. They got to mess with them. The general description was the same as the male, hairy, covered of skin, stooped, narrow chest, shoulders were inclined forward, long arms, bent knees, flat insteps, spread out toes, resembling a paw. You're hearing this, right? So this is when you see these tracks that look like dog man tracks too, minus the claws, where they think are bear tracks, but are 4 to 5 times bigger than any Kodiak bear, right? The brown bear, the grizzly, the great grizzly, right? Of Canada. The head is described, right? So they said resembling a paw, the contact with the ground, They said the spread out toes resembling a paw, the contact with the ground flat without the instep. The head is described in the same fashion. Absence of a chin and a rise in the back. So almost like the cone head, but almost like the elongated skulls, like some of the alien type creatures we call aliens, right? This creature seldom issued any sounds and usually was quiet and silent. Only when approached, she bared her teeth and screeched. She had a peculiar way of lying down or sleeping like a camel, by squatting on the ground on its knees and elbows, resting the forehead on the ground and resting the wrists on the back of the head. You hearing this? This position accounts for the unusual hard skin of the elbows and knees, like camel soles. When offered food, the female ate only raw meat, some vegetables and what I just say? The other one was doing. Probably took raw meat. Y'all bringing it bread and water like y'all in the Bible. She did not touch cooked meat or bread, although later she was getting used to bread. Sometimes she would catch and eat some insects. She would drink in animal fashion by lapping water, or sometimes she would dip her arm in the water and lick the water. When she was allowed to go free, she ran awkwardly, swinging her arms to the nearby reeds where she disappeared. Do y'all hear this? Y'all hear what's going on here? Just because they seem to be animals, they're not animals. Some of the details in these accounts will turn up again in this book and other months of reports viewed in an entirely different context. The long fingers are common in many of the descriptions of flying saucer pilots, which we will examine further on. Some of the hairy creatures running around the United States seem to conform to these general descriptions for the Soviet Union, right? Ivan Sanderson's book, Abominable Snowman, Legend Come to Life, is over 500 pages long and carefully presents all sides of the question, right? Obviously, we cannot even begin to reduce such a complicated subject to a few pages here. They even have a book on quantum Bigfoot, quantum Sasquatch, meaning they moving through worlds, parallel worlds and dimensions that we have no idea about. We do have an idea. We've been studying through the looking glass for years. Sanderson has attempted to catalog all the known ABSM lore from many scattered geographical locations. After many years of investigation and study, he concludes, I think there are at least 3 main types of ultra-primitive men and or submen and or sub-hominoids, right? Still alive today. These, I would say, are first sundry pygmy types of very near human or completely human composition. Second, some remaining Neanderthaler types in Eastern Eurasia, right? And third, some very primitive and large creatures almost absolutely without any culture in any sense of that term in northwestern, north central, and north central America. Perhaps in South America, the eastern Sino-Tibetan uplands, and in Indo-China, right? then I am even more sure that there still remains something else. We agree. There still remains something else. Yeah, because a lot that you don't know about. Let's move to something else right quick. See what's going on here? All right. These are on coins. These are ships. All right. A lot of y'all seen these on TikTok. When we posted them, this is where a lot of them got it from. All right. Images 1, 2, and 3 show commemorative coins. No transaction value from 3 different families. They depict 3 ships from 2 alien races. A Western European magazine tried to debunk these by stating that they simply represented each family's shields. Further research proved that 1, the images did not match any of the family shields. 2 different families would never use the same pattern. 3, these images do not match any shield of the era. 4, the images match well-known and reported alien ships. Okay, we do have pictures of all these craft. Yes, we do. We have pictures of all these types of craft. Well, I do at least. And this being right here captured on a CCTV New York. See that? See that gray type being? That's captured right there. Live TV. That's what I told you. We got a lot of stuff here. Prehistoric cave paintings in the south of France. The ship, look, the same ships can be found on the wall. Cave paintings in Spain, right? All right, so it's all been written out and plotted out for us. It's been left in historical facts for us. But D-Man that holds the foot on everyone, wants to cover up everything, call it satire, lie, and lie again. And the small, or what we call smooth or baby brain people, will go right along with it because they have they have absolutely no idea of what's going on here, right? Europe, 1465. They're saying these are shields on the coins. No, they're not. These are well-known ships that we have seen time and time and again. And I have actual clear pictures, black and white and color pictures. I'm talking about full grade, man. Arabia Peninsula, right? 1479. A cylindrical craft with the points on here. And then they depicted it being around like stargates right here, right? See what's going on here? Ecuador, right? Ecuador. See these? They're famous, infamous astronauts of Ecuador, Ukraine, 4000 BC. Another thing I was going to say about the wild man thing, too, before we get on and we keep going, right? Think about all the people who miss and when you get a road one who can't seem to capture nothing else to eat, or they're sickly or elderly type. What do they have? An easy catch when they catch a human, right? Easy catch. And once again, different types of craft. Recover alien ships in the base of Kapistan, right? Yar, right? Yar. Astrakhan, right? Volgograd, right? Or Volgograd, right? 3 seem abandoned. 2, the result of crashes. I can't believe my country so can say some stuff like this, boy. Alien ships monitoring the activity in the Pelesk Missile Center, January 5th, 1992. Here you go. This was a missile silo right here. Look at these ships. All right, it's a real black and white right here in this book. The following are prints that were stolen in Sweden from APIS, USSR, Alien Presence Intelligence Services, right? By APIS, USA, in conjunction with another foreign special service, right? So CIA, what? CIA. That's probably who. 6 months later, these prints were unknown reason attributed to an American civilian as an invention and later as a fake. See what I'm saying? These prints were 1 year later copyrighted by an unknown person. All the most technological important prints were never found nor released or revealed because this is man's doing once again. It doesn't align with what they predated or what they wrote to be true because they lied and made up stuff as they went instead of taking the facts of life that you don't know it all. Keep gathering research and keep learning until you learn and can't learn no more. And there's plenty to learn. So it ain't no way you're going to run out of stuff to learn. These prints were 1 year later copyrighted. See what I'm saying? By an unknown person. Right here. See this? The scientific data on these prints were changed. Also, many fake illustrations were added to the original documents. The original stolen had only 3 pages, and the fake copyrighted one had over 20 pages. These are the original prints. Okay? These are the original prints. So something of so much validity and substance, so much importance, they had to go through to cover it up. Okay? These are the original prints. We have them. That's why I say them, don't play with me, man. Tell them don't play with me, man. We got the originals. Then they turned around and made 20 fake pages and copyrighted it. That's what they do. They monetize and make fakery and then disinformation to you. But no, we got the real deal. That's why they mad at me. I don't care. Photo top of our car, right? Ship that crashed in Kilisar, Bulgaria, right? In 1971. Left and bottom the USSR's failed attempt for now at recreating an alien ship. Okay? So this right here, they try to make one. Probably couldn't even get it off the ground. They try to re-manipulate what was already here, backwards, re-engineer, just like what they did with the stealth bomber back in the 80s, right? That stealth bomber looked like something out of this world, right? We know that there are at least 2,500 alien races. That number is likely too much to be higher. I mean, much higher, excuse me. One race, a crew member of the Mazakarat, right, ship that crashed near Yekaterinburg, right? Now, Savroskleri, right? Savroskleri, how you say that? Said that there are a few races that do not come to Earth because they know that the reptilians and the Matre are here. I told you about the Matre, the Grail, and the reptilians. And they're going to put a context on this video to talk about and explain to you the Animorphs and reptilians and say they are not real. But we know, golly, they are real. And you think it ain't no, man, you think it's a joke, don't you? Think it's a joke. Think they ain't real. Let's go. You think they ain't real. Let me show you something before we keep going. Let me show you something. Where they at? Where they at? Bring they behind here. Bring your behind here. Come on. Where you at? You think it ain't real? Think it ain't real, don't you? People don't have no idea. Now, what you're seeing right here is a shifter on camera. Now, we're going to watch for a second. Just peep game. Peep game. Watch his eyes and watch his mouth. I'm going to show you the hybrids have always been here amongst us. They've been splicing the DNA. Just watch it. All right, that's one. Let's go. They probably going to try to mess with me about copy strike. This time, I promise you, I'm not cutting out no more segments to avoid the copyright, whatever. Because I'm tired of that. I'm not monetized on this page, so what's the use of me cutting out clips that's proving the point, and then I got an important lecture behind it. Now watch. They try to save face when I put this information out. Okay, the double eyelids, the double eyes. All right. Yeah, this real. Oh, I can show you way worse. I can show you way worse to show you, scare the daylights out of people. Look at the shift in the eyes, okay? It's no games. People don't have no idea what we up against and what's here with us. All right? They wanted to shut me up for what? For what? I'm going to stand on God business all day. I don't care what they got to say. Like I told you, if you scared, go to church then. God don't need no weak ones. That's why God isolated me to use me. Huh? God is within you. God is not a religion either. No religion. God ain't make no religions. God is God. God don't need to tell you what you need to do. God can use you and give you downloads all day. And what I'm showing you right now is what God wanted you to see. That's why people get mad at me when I speak. I'm speaking the facts because man made that, man. You can't doubt what you don't know. If you don't know, you just don't know. But when people show you the truth, people have a hard time swallowing that pill, like the blue and red pill, right? These have always been here. Hybrid shapeshifters. Why the man tell you in the Congress meeting that they are so close in resemblance to us that it scares them that they walk amongst us and they don't even know who they are? You have to be able to have some good, deep discernment and have a vessel and discernment in your vessel to be able to see. That means your soul has to be able to see that. Huh? Now they slow walking you to ETs, telling you extraterrestrials. Oh, we know they've been up under the ocean. The only reason they're coming forth because they finna force their way into the public to let themselves be known that they rule what we own right here. That they rule this public. Come on, man. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. When he looked in the bathroom, if they weren't real, they wouldn't show you in movies like this. Let me get out of there. Let me get out of here. Let me get out of here. Let me go again. If they weren't real, they wouldn't show you when his child went in his stall in his movie that his janitor in his school, the only janitor when he was being bullied, had his back. All right. And then when he had him lure the children, he said, lure them in here because they bad. He ate all them children, man. And he was on the toilet crapping them out then. All right. Somebody on their bike right here. Capture this. See, this is all supposed to be classified. But it's not no more. Because people before me had unclassified it. All right. So let me get out of the movie section. Because they is going to play with me. They're going to play with my top. You know what I'm saying? Pause. They're going to play with me if I keep showing y'all that. Because they already pissed. Like, I'm just trying to show you that they've been here. Some of those races that avoid Earth are as violent, if not more, as the Matre, right? Others are peaceful. Some, so having the reptilians and the Matre on Earth is not always a bad thing, they say, right? It keeps even worse races away. That's a damn lie. Not when they stealing and eating children and drinking of the loose. Not when they getting the blood banks. Let me shut up, man. Ain't that many people who need blood transfusion. The damn blood don't last that long. Huh? If you ever been in the medical field, then you know. Just like with organs have to be kept to a certain temperature. Organs have to be kept preserved a certain way in order for them organs, like a heart, can only survive but so long, right? Outside the body. That's why I tell you, don't be an organ donor. I'm sorry, I got to say it the way it is. The balance is found by having the Council of Five protecting us, right? They say a Council of Five, the angelic order, right? Where they at? Because they ain't been around. They ain't been around in so long. That's why the things that's going on here is going on here. Yeah, you got angelic bodies here who are able to expose the things that we expose here. But the real hierarchy of angels have not been around for a long time. That's why the world has gone to straight crap. That's why it's evil beyond fathomable imagines here on this earth, right? The Mazarek, right? Crew member said the following. There are many more races that would like to protect humans, but they are not willing to start a war against reptilians or Matre over you. Yeah, because half of the people would not believe in the first place. Most people hearts gonna fail them from seeing this type of stuff that I'm showing y'all. Y'all got strong gut. Y'all got strong ingenuity in your body. You got strong discernment. Huh? That's God walking in you, baby. Stop playing with me. In the area known as the Bermuda Triangle, there have been two permanent underwater bases for thousands of years. And that's one of the bases. Good God Almighty, boy. I'm sweating now because this is about to get deep here. The first one was established by the Matrics around 3,000 years ago, while the second one has been there for over 6,000 years. Race unknown. Several other races have had bases there, right? Or near, but have abandoned them. So when you look at this floor, ocean floor right here, where they try to study around the Bermuda Triangle, where planes and ships disappear the same time as people in a national park in the United States. Talk to me. We have had people disappear the same day a ship or plane disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle. In Yosemite National Park, in Great Smoky National Park, Tonto National Forest. May I keep going on? Mount Shasta National. Come on, man. Huh? This photo shows the ruins of an abandoned base. At first, USA used their influence in the media to propagate the rumor that it was a Saint submarine. And y'all believed it. All of this, and you think it was a submarine? Look at the things on the floor that's trailed across the floor that's engraved into the ocean floor, and they thought that was a submarine. So let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something right quick. Come on. Let me ask you something. So it looked like this. So it looked like this, huh? So they look like this. It looked like one of these, right? Man, how they kept this going for so long, I don't know. It's just got to show you it's got to be more damn fools than the wise. That's all I can tell you. And we the wise ones. We the wise ones. We the ones that God talk about. The ones who eyes open. Huh? All right. Later, fifth, USA created a CGI video about it, right? So this agency made a CGI video about it. Couldn't show you the real, so you got to show some fake stuff. You got to make a fake video. Why would you have to do that if it wasn't nothing to hide? If it ain't nothing to see here, why do I got to hide it from you? I wouldn't have to go through all that. Remember, we cooperate with other atheists, but we do not trust them or share information that is deemed confidential or is top secret. They won't share it, but we got some top secret information. Believe that. That's why they mad at me. I don't care. That's why I tell y'all support me when you can, because I don't know how long I'm going to be living here. I'm still trying to take care and look out for my mama. I've been trying to get rich off of telling the truth, and I knew it would never happen because they against me telling the truth. I ain't trying to get rich off of manipulating or stealing people ideas or stealing the truth from people just to sell the truth back to you. That ain't my character. My truth would cost me the grave if God let the hand on me. We still have a very limited knowledge of the activities occurring in the Bermuda Triangle area. From alien reports, we do know this. Abductions do occur in the area, in Bermuda. So when you're on a cruise ships, think about that. Experimentations, right, with humans, right, do occur in those bases, right? These are the ones who caged up. They showed you that in the episode of what was that? What's the name? Motor and right? What was the name of that? X-Files. They showed you them people caged. They had grays down there who tried to help certain humans. They caged them up too and did away with them. Fed them to something. Yeah, it's something that eat the grays too. Believe it. It's something that eats the grays too. There's a multi-dimensional space portal that goes to and from the triangle, not exactly inside the area known as the triangle. So this is where people disappear on cruise ships who aren't thrown overboard in the water. This is where a whole mass cruise ship disappeared before in history. This is where a lot of the colonies of ships and bombers disappeared. A lot of planes, a lot of crew members in the Air Force disappeared. All right. In the 1930s and 40s, 50s, and 80s, probably in the 60s and 70s too. There's a race that is planning on building and creating a new base in the triangle in the year 2021. Rumor says the Ziggurat, right? It is not the most important underwater region on Earth to those alien races. Nah, because you see this right here, see that triangle? All right, that's real. Stop playing with me, man. These are pictures you ain't never seen before for the ones who ain't never seen this. All right? And they say that this is not the most important base or region. The Atlantic Ocean seems to be. That's why I tell people, I got videos of people being abducted out of their house. You don't see the body, but you see the ship over their house, and there's only one reason they hover over your house, that low. These are some of the ships that these are some of the ships that were taken with the sole purpose confirmed by third-party alien race abducting humans. Pickering, 1800. 90 people, Wasp, 1840. 140. Grampus, 1843. 48, Atlanta. 1882, 90, Atlanta. And they got a city named after that. And that's, I ain't even talk about that city. Shout out to Georgia, though. Y'all stay prayed up out there. Rafuki, right? Maru, 1924. Stavanger, 1933, 43. So they don't know how many right here in 1924. It was probably so many, they don't even know. They talking about 90, they told them 90 people right here. Look at this. Look at this. People don't have an idea what they're looking at, do you? Look at these ships. Abducting. Don't those look like those globe, that orb that I showed you over them folks' house? That was hovering low. It was dimmed out, no light at all. And then this one is white. Got a fluorescent type light. Or canister line type light, right? Around this craft. This is like the bigger craft, and then these orbs come out. And then this thing like this one right here, look like what's hovering over your house late at night. So I tell people, stay prayed up, man. Stay prayed up. Look at this triangle right here. This is the triangle region. Bermuda Triangle, this whole area. All right. Y'all see what's going on. The crash of Sylvanus Rhea ship in Roswell, USA in July 7, 1947 has been one of the most secretive APIS USA case. That's the agency APIS, right? Despite our best efforts, we were never able to recover any evidence except for the top secret photos on Annex 3352B. Here you go. The bodies. There you go. I got the actual pictures of some of them guys. Some of them got 3 toes. Some of them got 5 fingers. Some of them got 4. And they don't look like human hands. They won't bloody. And then I showed the whole bodies and they went in. Them jokers, look, YouTube or whoever it was, whoever, alerted the Air Force or whoever this agency was nearby me, the bases around me. Them guys came to my door with buzz cuts. I know military because I walk like them. I know the foot walk. I know every move they make because I'm one of them. That's why when people found out, when I started talking about this stuff, they found out who I was. Guess what they were saying? Man, I can't believe this joker. I can't believe he actually telling us this truth. Found out I wasn't no regular joker. You see goals in my mouth and dreads, man. I used to be a buzz cut too. Our agents estimate that near 65% of all aliens and UFO-related websites on the internet worldwide are government or government linked, owned and rent. Here you go. So how you know? How you think they know what I'm doing when they see me? Because they watching me right now. They ain't got to be in the chats and show a number inside the number of people that's in my room. They can watch it from outside surveillance of my live. They've been doing it. All praise to the Most High to you too, man, because God got something for you. Time is short and your time is up. In the case of USA, only websites that number jumps to 83% and in Europe to the 70%, right? In USA, 35% of those websites are ran by the NSA, 30% by the CIA, 15% by the military, 10% by APIS, USA, 5% by the FBI, and the rest by unknown government agencies. And another thing to y'all, to the ones who watching beyond the veil, I'll tell you what, God got a message for you. You're going to be damned for all eternity for what you're doing down here. For you coming against the truthers and all that, you're going to be damned forever. You took that money, it's okay. Hope it burns with you. In Russia, that number is around 33%. In China, that number is around 95%. In Japan, that number is around 70%. In Australia, that number is around 25%. In India, that number is around 55%. In Brazil, that number is around 80%. Y'all better listen up, man. Note from myself and Petro. The information above was added, handwritten to the book in 2007. And let's go back here. Y'all see their language, right? I can't read none of that. But you see, this is a document that came with that. Everybody was all over this like rats and roaches. In the so-called Area 51, there are members, number unknown, of 4 different races forcibly cooperating with humans and reptilians. And the reptilians know of God too. They know of the Most High. They fear the Most High, but though they carry on in the night and do what they do here. Just like the people who speak against people who doing this, God got belt to ass for you. As far as we know, none of these members are either high-ranking or have significant importance in their fields of expertise. The Matre and the humans conduct security services and support to the base 24/7. See this? So this is how they keep it shush, shush, hush, hush. And they don't want people to know. All right? They think they're going to stop stuff. See, you can do whatever. You can take the flesh, but you can't take the soul. And they know what's going to happen at the end. They all got to face it. All of them got to face the truth. All of them. You coming against the real ones down here, man. There's more than one race conducting operations on the moon. The main race in the moon are the Indigrit, a.k.a. tall white. I didn't show you them. Then I show you them. Let's see if I can pull up a picture of them right quick. I think there's a picture in there too. But I really got to go to my YouTube studio just to see. Let me show you something. Yeah, I do. Definitely do. As always, I come with the information. Definitely
Viewer
got it.
discretion is advised. Keep God first. The tall whites are another interdimensional group that sees us as a food source and uses us just as such containers. All right. Now, a lot of people have heard the stories behind, the world gubs and these guys behind the background, right along with the reptilians and the grays. They're going to put the context under this video, I already know, but fuck it. But anyways, yeah, they see us as a food source.
Now you see, it's no games. Yeah, this is a real picture. This no AI. No AI. All right, I got in trouble years ago for this one here. All right. That's why I say I know God behind me because I'm still here. I know God with me because I'm still here. All right. There's many things that people don't know. People go to work every day not knowing. And when it falls on their lap and it falls on their head, heart shall fail. The Malif also have at least one base surface on what we call the dark side of Earth satellite. This is the whole point of us debriefing y'all. They should have done it years ago. Many of the human abductees are there. They end up either as slaves for mining underground or as what they call Johns and Marys, but their official name is student M's. See what I'm saying? These are sexual predators, man. You got to know what you're dealing with down here. All right? You heard about the times of people being taken back and forth to Mars. These are dimensions the way they get there. Okay? The craft can get there even faster. Just like that. Understand? The students M are abductees that reveal a high level of intelligence and are willing participants or become that in their agenda and plans. They're taken over by real. Of course, they have no choice of being willing participants. Just like what they talked about with all the clones in the cloning center. When Bernie Mac, before he passed away. When Donald Marshall, when Alexandra Wilder talked about it. The cloning of celebrities, and they use them in the most filthiest ways because they have so much seductive, sexual, sick, fetishes and all types of stuff, man. We dealing with devils, Jack. Huh? It is estimated that 4 in each 10 abductees become student M's. The rest, 60%, become slaves. Some of those slaves go on to work on other planets. The student M's, after training and whatever else, return to Earth to assume leadership roles in human society. That's after they take that vril in the body, after the vril takes over the body, after the reptile takes over the body. That's where you get your leadership. I hope y'all hearing me. How most alien bases on the moon are built. You see this? This is why they told you it will be psychological warfare, and that's why they do what they do to me. I'm to myself every day. They played psychological warfare with me for a long time because they knew what God was going to lay in my lap, man. And how some look from above. Look, God is within you. Look at this. All right. Confirmed abductions, confirmed sightings, 2001 to 2003. All right. That's the abduction markers and sightings right here. South Korea all the way to Japan. You seeing it? In Russia, same period, sightings 425, abductions 156. A lot of them didn't come back. Okay, here's alien implants. All right, in an Afis Russian agent. So they taking over the agents in all levels and forms. That's why these people aren't even people anymore, man. Because how can you come against somebody righteous if you ain't real? You ain't real. You see what I'm saying? Look at this depictions. The day humans killed reptilians in 856 BC in the region of now Yamadorcha, or how you pronounce that, Russia. Forgive me. I don't mean to chew up y'all names of y'all countries or whatever around there. There was a confrontation between humans and reptilians. Reports state that a colony of reptilians were building an underground base in the area. The humans that lived in the area wrote, thunder by day, lightning at night. The earth shakes like in the old days, like in the days of the old again. The snakes are everywhere, flying low and causing all creatures to die. The fish are gone and the rivers dry. We must fight or we will die. You see what's going on here? The mysterious booms underground or in the skies you hear, or the bases being built under your feet. Huh? Oh, Oh, y'all don't get it now. Do you get it? A member of the Tangri, when asked by a human leader in the 20th century if we humans would ever have a fighting chance at defeating the reptilians, said, your ancestors from ancient Slavia using not much more than stones and sticks defeated them once already. Since then, you have learned much and done much, but you have lost your courage because people see them right in front of them, and the people who in power, who haven't been taken over, fear them so much because, like I said, they have the abilities. They use witchcraft and all that. They use the witchcraft and they use mind manipulation, implants, and they focus on your psychological area. That's why you see people who can't handle it. If you ain't got God backing you, you're doing this, you lose your mind. All right? This is what your pastor ain't going to teach you, man. He ain't going to show you this, or she ain't going to show you this. They're just going to keep reading the same script because they already took it over for the money. And if they still full human, it's all about the money. The Tangri did not, well, look, the Tangri did say that there's a rumor that the humans did not act alone against the reptilians, that they had an alien race helping them behind the curtain. However, they also said that in the moment of battle, supposedly, there were only humans fighting, not aliens. It was an angelic force of angels behind them, Jack. Either way, it shows what humans can do and that nothing is lost for prosperity, right? Or posterity, right? Those humans made these works of art, a reminder of a great day for their culture. One thing, though, the story goes that 200 years later, that culture simply vanished. Now, I'm going to get into something real that a lot of people ain't going to agree with me, and it's okay. But if you look at these dreadlock beings that's down here, that's kept in the news, that's being vanquished in every country. Some countries respect us and know that we the true children. We've talked with Palestinians, and we've been told as soldiers not to speak with the Palestinians because the Palestinians were talking to us, and they said those who they call African American, those are the dark-skinned people they call are powerful. They said you are the ones who can clean the earth. That's why they keep you the way at the vibrational rate they keep you in, rapping about death, sex, money, murder, gangs on gangs. Keep your mind focused because we have a power and intellect that is not like anything anybody has ever seen. That's why we so highly distracted. That's why we against one another. That's why we have no love for each other. That's why they have to keep it that way because we got the power to decimate this shit. Excuse my language. We got the power to destroy all of them. But long as our most powerful and gifted and talented is focused on the bull that they focused on, we don't have a fighting chance. Long as they keep us kicked down and keep us at the bottom, we ain't got a fighting chance until we put back into power. That's the shame of the day. That's the shame of this whole thing. They are saying the Tunguska explosion, the Tunguska incident, right, was a powerful explosion that occurred in a desolate area near the Tunguska River in Russia on June 30th, 1908. It is commonly believed to have been caused by the explosion of a large meteoroid in Earth's atmosphere about 5 to 10 kilometers, 3 to 6 miles high, right? The blast flattened an estimated 60 million trees over 2,150 square kilometers, right? But the Tunguska explosion did not have a cosmic birth and death. Here's the version of events that led to the explosion, as told by a member of the Tangra. So we actually got the actual real picture somewhere of that forest that's been laid down everywhere, and they couldn't figure out what happened. And so they said, okay, this had to be a mirror. It was a war when the ships got blown up. So you imagine seeing a being like this. Kind of remind you with our locks, but we don't look nothing like this, baby. I ain't trying to, hey, don't get mad at me, y'all. If y'all listening to me right now, tell them don't come messing with me. For 5 days and 4 nights near what you call Tunguska, the moderate, right, had been fighting in Dorsey. This is the Dorsey. Okay? So the moderate look like graves. Their head is exceptionally big and they look heinous. They look hideous. All right, they're very hideous. Like I said, hearts would fail if people seen some of these things. Other races were starting to choose sides and were going to get involved. Even the Council of Five they were worried with the escalation and seriousness of the event because it's a fight for the soul. It was a fight for who's going to control who. Who's going to control these little puny anti-man humans? We the children of the sun. They know that. They got to keep the foot. But see, it's so stupid because the same people who keeping the feet down, children are being eaten. Children are being devoured. Children are being taken and sacrificed. Oh, yeah, I know we getting deep. This is too hot for YouTube. I should only be doing this type of talk on Patreon. But it's the truth, and I'm going to lay out the facts as facts are as they is. DNA harvest, sexual perversions out of this world. That's what they're using your children for. These beings have been here for light ages, man. Huh? On the day of that great explosion, an El Managut ship, right, came to the earth in order to try ending the conflict. So the angelic order came down and tried to stop it. All right? So they try to come down and end the conflict, right? The El Managut are respected wherever we may go. They are wise and impartial. With them came a Pleiadian ship, one of their biggest. The Monterey were warned by the reptilians of the coming and presence of the El Managut, right? And the Pleiadians. Earlier that day, the Monterey had just shot down the last of the Dorsey ships. So it's evidently somebody tried to come in here. Either they was fighting over us or somebody was trying to fight to help us, to get out of the stunk that we in, right? When the Pleiadians entered Earth's atmosphere, they were attacked by 3 Monterey ships and destroyed. One El Managut ship was also destroyed in space that day, in the ethers above, right? And now you see the firmament that's over top of us that blocks anything. They have to come through the gateways, under ocean or over ocean. And that is what happened in Tunguska, right? So here we go. We're getting into the pictures of this thing laid out around the mountains. Trying to tell you, it's real. It's real. It's a fight for our lives out here, man. Fighting for my life. You know what I'm saying? It's fight for our lives out here. All right. The devastation in Tunguska, right? Look at this. That ships was blowed up over top over here. And they try to say it was a meteoroid. Nah. Or meteorite. Nah. Also, according to the Tangre, the Pleiadian ship that was destroyed that day near Tunguska was not supposed to come to Earth that day. They were going to a different destination, carrying the things they do, their holy rocks and other materials. The El Managut asked them to help them in solving the conflict, and they paid the price with the ending of this life of theirs. See what I'm saying? So somebody tried to come down here and died. In 2003, crystals with strange symbols, inscriptions, and holes were found in the Tunguska region. Further lab analysis showed that their composition is made of certain earth minerals, as well as some elements that are not found on Earth. So y'all hearing this? Note of myself and Petro. In late 2008, the crystals were presented to the media by a Russian scientist. After much discussion about the origin of the crystals, the matter lost interest, and it is supposed that the crystals now rest in a private collection. Yeah, they was confiscated. They took that. That was considered as what you call classified, redacted. The Choke, as aliens call them, are not an alien race as commonly accepted for many years by different ethnics. Aliens do not know how they evolved or where they came from. I got a good idea. The only things we know about them are they exist in all continents. They live underground and are mostly nocturnal. They have a structural society, leaders and social classes. They have a cultural identity, and supposedly they can live up to 250 years. Sounds like some of your biblical stories where people lived up to 900, 800 years, 600 years, stuff like that, right? Not only that, they tell you they are nocturnal, just like some of the animals of the wild. We see predators of the night, right? They come like thieves in the night, stealing folks out their bed or stealing them from wherever they may be. Maybe on the road in the car. You may be driving on the road in the truck, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And you see these strange lights. None was ever captured alive, they say. None will ever capture. So they that seclusive or elusive, how they say. Case 34-8NB. Y'all see what's going on here in Ukraine? In October the 2nd, 1947, it confirmed Monterey landing happened. 2 days later, 12 sailors on a fishing boat disappeared. See what I'm saying? 12 sailors on a fishing boat disappeared. Food. And motherfuckers, people mad at us. We got the wrong fight we dealing with down here, man. In 1982, one of the missing sailors, Mr. Kralo, right? In 1947, only 16 years old, showed up in the Mardu Estinian, right? Or Estion, right? He reported that he had been in the moon. He died in 1983 from a self-inflicted wound. On his chest, he carved with a knife the following, SS Wata. They are still waiting. Saying the other guys, they still waiting. They waiting for to be saved. They waiting for to get up out of there. Said he died from a self-inflicted wound. Either he knocked himself off or somebody else knocked him off. And I got an idea it's more the latter, that somebody else knocked him off because he came back. They brung him back. He was a slave in the moon, possibly. That's why they was going trying to get to the moon and see what those strange lights was going around the moon. It won't just trying to find what was going on with the moon because of what it looked like and was here. They seen things going back and forth, so they wanted to see if they can get there. And when they did, they told them, don't come back. Don't try to go there. When the moon come through that gate, that's when they biggest time to get there. It's not 235,000 miles away, people. It's right in the atmosphere. Under this firmament, it come through a gateway, same with the sun ride a track across the sky. Stop playing on me, man. That's why I'm telling you, I'm big trouble down here. I just pray I keep the protection and guidance and blessings over my life that I ain't touched. You feel me? Case 5569 IOP, right? Look at this right here. Submarine. HMS Sickle was a submarine of the Royal Navy. In June 12th of 1944, it went missing while on patrol in the Northern Egan. You know what I'm saying? What? You say it right? One member of the crew was found in 1971 near Bend, Oregon. In 1984, my year, he became, and that's what Dr. Gilbert talk about. Yeah, the Indigo Children. That's what we are. In 1984, he became an advisor to the USA President Ronald Reagan, and he was often seen in the company of Minnesota Governor Harold Stanton, right? Here we go. As far as we have been informed, he is still alive. Wow. List of American politicians with connections to the reptilians confirmed. Former U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, former Vice President Dick Cheney, former President George H.W. Bush, he's one, former President George W. Bush, former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, former President Bill Clinton. So you wonder why these people never seem to do right or get it right by us. We can't vote our way out of oppression. We never could, never will be able to have that until people get in their damn mind that this is what's going on. If you want to call them angels or demons, call them that. I'm not telling you in the religion form that you can't. Whatever you want to call them or whatever you want to relate them to, just know we in a mucked up position. We in a bad decision making order with these people who put this stuff in our lives. We didn't ask for this. We didn't ask for none of this. Like I told you in my song, we woke up in traffic. We didn't ask for none of this. But it's just crazy that people too blind. They go to church, they see all this that the government, what the GOVs is doing, and they ain't got no type of formulation in their mind that something else is deeper than what it is here. And we got the power to clean it. Alien ships. In Indigo. On the moon. Okay? Real pictures. They ain't got the sauce like this. That's why I say you put it in the book. They won't read. They won't see. Look at Smid right here. Look at these crafts. Different groups. All right? This thing's sending chills through me right now. All right? Look at them eyes on that craft. When we talk about the grays themselves, even formulating themselves into craft. This is spiritual, man. Spiritual warfare. Look at the shades on it. Look like a gray, elongated head of a gray or Monterey, right? They can form themselves into craft too. Ask them. Well, we can't ask them soldiers. They gone now. That was turned to a pillar of salt. Look at this triangle. All right. Kelly Torkart or Torkert, right? That's one of them what they model TR3B behind. You see what's going on? See what's going on here? That's a triangle craft. All right, you see this one right here? All right, that's another famous dome top saucer with the dome on top, bigger dome under the bottom. All right. Now here's another close-up of another saucer with the dome on top and the dome under the bottom. That's why I say people have no idea. And when it's laid on your lap, whether it be the end of this year or the year that's coming in, they're ushering in a calling, and they're all gonna call it the Antichrist. And yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Because these are damn devils. All right, look at this one. All right, think it's a game? They showed you this on Unsolved Mysteries when it was released. All right, see that one? All right, these are real. 100% real. Nothing but 100% facts. Somebody is beating the wall right now, hating that I'm putting this out to you. Okay, you see this? With the green orb in it? Look at the black ship. This is what I talk about. This is like the black when I showed you from a couple weeks ago, right? Almost a month ago, right? That was hovering over freaking 1,000. I'm gonna guesstimate about 1,600 feet up. And I captured on camera. Clear as day. They don't have no idea what I'm doing here, man. I know what I'm doing. Pleiadian. Right here. All right? They have no idea, man. And it's sad to say our people are so discombobulated, they don't even know what they being ushered into. And they finna lose their minds when they see it. A lot of our folks gonna go crazy too. It ain't just one type of people gonna lose them. A lot of people gonna lose their mind. They damn near can't handle when they tell them they finna shut off some government assistance. You think they gonna be able to handle seeing some stuff like this? When they playing back and forth with assistance that you need, you think you think you're gonna really be ready? Look at this. That's why we debriefing y'all right now. What I'm doing can't be debunked. Look at that craft over there. This was one of the races that used to have race back in the day. All right, you see that one? All right. See the teardrop? And then this black orb right here, and then something else is in this area over here. All right, here goes the cylindrical craft. They say it's Pleiadian. But we heard about the dark-skinned folk that came off their craft. That's why I say I don't know who's who, because I don't think anybody got our best interests at hand. If they ain't getting us, ain't helping us out of this and putting us back on the right form with God's enlightenment, I don't trust them. All right? There's somebody I believe was in a tractor or in their car right here in their truck. But that's a craft right there. Almost look like the triangle craft. All right, you see the saucer right here? All right, this black and white, baby. These are real. That's one right there, and then there's one back there. See that? Behind the power lines right there, right? Okay. Let's keep going. You see this one? This one of the infamous ones, the geezers, I think, that approached Hitler and them group, and they work with them to this day in Antarctica. All right. Too much sauce. See that? Curse. Look at this one right here. Curse. All right, this is a real deal. I'm just showing you. Black and white, baby. There's a lot that a lot of people ain't never seen right here. Look at that. Oh, yeah, in the ether. All right, here's another one. This is the Guardian right here. This one was recorded right here in the United States. I actually got the whole video of this one from the 1990s. Oh, yeah. And a lot of y'all seen the Guardian. This is actually named that on the VHS tape, the Guardian. All right. Y'all see this one? All right, black and white now. So they had been invading for a long time. They knew what people would be more susceptible to control and use them in power to destroy and then turn around and take the children of the world. Take their children too. And most of them have no clue. Yeah, they're using a lot of our folk down here, man. Look at this. Just like the Phoenix Lights of Arizona, right? Okay. So for the people saying Project Bluebeam, yeah, they got some technology to try to project and stuff, but they ain't gonna be it, Jack. They the real deal. Look at that. Y'all should have known it was Project Bluebeam when you seen Tupac back alive and he was in a hologram. They had him on stage performing, and whoever owns the rights to the music and stuff is getting hella paid. Look at that top right there. All right. Look at this. Like the egg shape, but that's an orb though, a full circle orb. All right. Over the lands. Recorded. All right. This is the one. These are Matre right here. These are evil. Down in Sweden and Turkey and all that. We seen that video the other night. I got a video of that. I got the astral craft. And it's crazy that they got this unclear picture right here. And we got damn near almost, I'm going to say, 1080p footage or close to 4K footage of it. And you can see the being that's right here in that footage. All right. Look at that. That's why they probably erased that. That's why they chopped down the, will chop the segments in that video. And when I redo it, I'm not going to chop the segments no more. I'm going to show that crowd because I believe they took this all the way out. And I'm like, how can you do that? It's free use, fair use act. But when it comes to this type of stuff that they don't want out, the fair use act goes out the window. Now look at this right here. We're not using copyrighted music or none of that. Artists, music, and all. I don't care for these artists, no way. I'm not using no copyrighted material for our music and stuff. When we show a little simple clip for a movie, I see people do the same exact thing with monetized channels, doing the same exact thing, using the same exact clips, if not more. They use a damn near half of the whole movie. I'm like, do you got some special license or something that they're not messing with you? But then I look again, they're not doing what I'm doing. All right, y'all see this right here. Look at these. Let's keep going. Okay, you think it's a game? Look at that. Always wear over the water. And look at the shadow down here. Black and white. This is straight out the book, Jack. Look at this. Another triangle type crowd. All right, look at that saucer. And this is infamous. I just got finished showing you this way early in the day today. All right, there you go. Over the ocean again. Serpents of the sea. Always over the water. All right, this is another one that looked like the ships that was down there with Hitler. All right, and then, of course, the flying hats. Infamous. These are what they seen on the fighter jets. This is where they recorded it from. The fighter jets, I believe. May have been on ground from the looks of it, but I know they got a set they recorded from the fighter jets. All right, another cylindrical object. They say are Pleiadians. All right. This one right here. Let's go back to that one for a second. You see, over the tree line. And you wonder why all your missing people going. I don't believe in none of these beings coming here to help save nobody. We stuck in something that we didn't agree upon. They agreed with them. That's what the whole possession come into. That's why they always showing you movies in Hollywood about what? Demonic possession. They're taking the Deborah Logan. Packed with the devil. The Shining, so many different things. Amityville Horror, Exorcist. There's so many that we could talk about, right? Robert the Doll, Annabella. This is real deal, Jack. Possession. These beings have been doing it for a long time. Now this depicts the war in the skies and the house getting blowed up down here with all these cylindrical and different types of craft fighting each other. Even the craft that's shaped like what? Your holy cross. I'm trying to tell you, pay attention. It's a reason it's a madness, but it's a reason for the madness behind everything. I told you the Most High is real. But hey, the beings that's here also are real. And they have an agenda. Look right here over the airport. Look at that one. All right. Look at that one there. Once again, around the landing area where some planes look like the type of planes that land on water, and that is water. See that? So when you hear about these stories of miraculous disappearances, strange disappearances, you know what time it is. It's real. That's why they come pay me a bill. They scared. They know I'm an abductee too, so they really scared. And that's what pissed me off, because being taken against your will ain't no feeling like that in the world. I've had fear in war, but the worst fear I've had was encountering something that I didn't know was there. I've been shot at, I done some shooting. And this has put me in more fear than anything until I regain my strength, and I regain my sensical senses, and I regain my bravery, I regain my courage, I regain my heart. You feel me? I stay away from people. I tend to do that a lot. They don't have on their mind what I have on mine. They haven't been through what I've been through. I cannot relate. Look at this right here. And then people always come up with talking down and talking shit about, well, talking stuff about me and don't know what I've been through. I don't care. Because by the time you get it in your lap, guess what? You're not going to have a mind to even think about me no more. Look at this right here. Like a hat top, right? These are the craft. This was from 1980s. I actually got the blue version of this one. The one that's blue. I got one that's blue, the same exact craft. I got it. This one right here. Oh yeah. We got one that's blue. Like these are real. 100%. Remember those coins we talked about earlier on this page that they said was the shields of families, rich and royal families, right? Okay, here's the craft that they seen on. Here you go. Real craft on the pictures. That's how we say they lie. They lie, and lie again. All 4 of these ships was the ones on those coins. Okay? And then the other one that looked like the teardrop. And then you got this one right here that was also on the coin. Okay? That's why we can't believe in the men no more. That's on this earth ruling. We can't believe in them no more because they lie, and again. It's going to take for people to see this. And this was one that was on the coin too. See this? Okay. I don't know what is this stone right here, but you see this right here. It look like a stone type of port on here. Some type of mountain building or something inside them. I don't know. Some type of base portion. But you see right here around the mountains again. All right, this one of the craft that was on the coin too. Now look at it inside this moon-like object. This is why they call them moons and stuff, because they would glow and come down to the ground and drop off the Sasquatch, Gogwe, Genowasque, different beings, dog man. They drop them right off the ships as if they less wanted child. Like I told you. See this? All right. This is the one that looked like a brain and an octopus at the same, like a jellyfish. My bad, jellyfish type one. All right. That's another one that was on the coin at the top. And then you got this one down here at the ground level. Almost like a satellite dish. Floating satellite dish. Okay. This is supposed to be a picture of Earth. What's going on here? Supposed to be a craft right here. Supposed to be a picture of Earth. I believe this is just a reflection because they chopped off the Earth. Every time they try to show us the Earth is fake. That's why I told you if it's any real pictures of the real occurrence right here, this infinite realm, this dimension that we in, this pod that we in, who's going to take the pictures? The beings that's on the outside, they can reach the outside. All right. And then even too, we can't even trust them because they've been lying and manipulating and took over everything that they took over. They use everything to their agenda and to their best ability out here. They use it to their best of what they want to do, right? All right, this like I said, another fighter jet, another Air Force fighter jet, and a craft right by. This one was taken from a fighter jet. Well, I got the sauce, man. You see this gigantic craft right here? Good God Almighty, boy. Hey, man, I ain't gonna lie to you. I would have doodled on myself that day. I ain't gonna lie. I would have straight up, no, hey. Telling you, look at this. That's a whole craft. Look at this dude car. Taking pictures of this thing. Good God Almighty. Y'all some bad mamma jammas, boy. Look at this right here. All right. Look at this one right here. Unfathomable that you see a being inside this one, right? All right. Military right here. Either the one they recapture right here, they capture one. Yeah, they capture one. Still didn't know what to do with it because they can't man them. They can't fly them as a man. They got to be in spirit to fly those. So they got beings who are hybrids who are test subjects that fly these ships too. Because a lot of them, they can't be manned by the normal natural man. Their bodies aren't built. Well, our bodies ain't built for that. None of the human bodies are built for that. You talk about the G-forces that'll turn you into a puddle of rain. But think about this. The ones who fly these craft have the abilities and have the technologies to sustain the forces on your body when they put you in this bubble in the craft. Scary, right? Same way they can pass you almost instantaneously through a wall. They can pass your body through a brick wall, open that wall up, make your body non-dense so you can pass through it, almost as if you translucent like a spirit itself, and put you back in your house the same way. This is what your GOVs know. That's why they fear them so much, because it ain't a damn thing they can do about it. All right. This is a craft that crashed into the desert right here, and you can see the tanks right here. All right. This is a flying saucer. This is real. So when I tell people, this is why they don't want you to know, they get scared when we start talking this, what we talk, because they don't want you to know the truth that this can happen to you, and it's been happening, and ain't nothing they can do about it. Just like this one right here floating over the houses right here. What I always tell you, they always over the neighborhoods, dusk to dawn. All right. Another one right here on the ground level. This one look almost like man-made, may not be, but it does look damn man-made. But they calling it Kili Tukort. So this is another group of entities that have these crazy looking craft. All right. And this one right here, we actually got the video for this one. We got the video for this. Look at this. Right here over this building. And this one was the one, if y'all don't remember, was wobbling. I think this was over there. I don't remember what country, Japan or China, somewhere. Don't quote me on where, because I actually got the video that shows where. And I don't remember where. So this thing was wobbling like it was tilting. And they say when they slow up like that, they say that the Grays be paying attention. They was over here by this apartment high rise, right? They say the Grays crash sometimes because they ain't paying attention. Ain't that funny? Sometimes they end up crashing. Now, is it on purpose or is it by mistake? This one over a park area, national forest type area right here. This craft right here. This was one of the ones that we had a clear footage that came out on YouTube about 17 years ago. All right. That orb right there over a national park like area. And it looked so weird. People couldn't believe it because they seen this same craft fly over California around the same time, right? Well, this was longer, way before California, before 17 years ago. The other one that was the same as this was 17 years ago flying around California. And then this one right here before that time. All right. And this one almost looked like a larva of a bug of some type, right? See that? Yeah, real deal. Real deal. Look at these ridges. Well, let's keep going. Look at this one that looks like almost like a helicopter, but it's not a helicopter. Look at the light around the back. This black and white here, baby. Look at this. Real deal. Through the bushes. All right. The following are quotes, personal messages, face-to-face and or transmissions from several alien races obtained voluntarily and or under custody and distress. So, yeah, they basically tortured it out on them. They were obtained by several different aspects, alien presence, intelligence services from around the world, right? But mainly from the USSR, Russia, USA, China, and Japan. These statements do not express the opinion of all alien races on any of the mentioned issues. The fact they differ substantially on some issues, especially when dealing with the future of the human race. Everybody got a future for us, right? Everybody got their hand in DNA manipulation with us. See what I'm saying? It just seems like they are those that they speak of in a lot of the religious texts. Those who saw us as fair down here, right? We were fair game. All right. They think we too stupid to see what's going on. They feel like we too stupid. Let me get my lighter light, man. Get my black and mild light up. Hold on. They feel like we too stupid to realize these damn cheap lighters, man. My bad. They think we're too stupid to realize what's happening to us, right? And time and again, you have the ones like us that figure it out. Damn it. Close that door right quick. That air blowing through here. But yeah, they think we too stupid to realize that they're using us for sex and DNA and everything else. And it's disgusting. Especially the reptilians. We've seen it time and time and again where they have had young ladies who was taken and a fetus was implanted in them. And when they go to the doctor, all of a sudden, military officials show up after they find out a fetus was implanted in them and they're taken and the fetus is removed. And then they, just like the lady that was in Mexico that was taken, it was another one who used to work for the DOD back in the 80s who was taken, and she said there was a numerous of reptilians that raped her, and never all of a sudden they put a daggone baby in her, and then came back and took the baby. And then there was a lady in Mexico. They actually managed to get her to the hospital and get the fetus out before they was able to come back and get it. And now they lied to us and trying to call it some type of syndrome that the babies have when they found out that it's part reptilian or reptoid DNA. And y'all seen that baby I'm talking about with the scales and the red eyes, and it seemed like they inside out, and they say it's some kind of rare condition. And they lied the whole time. 5 universes, 2,500 species, 1 race. You hearing it? 5 universes, 2,500 species, 1 race. The violence and hatred that humans have inside themselves when compared to the violence and hatred that the race Matre has inside themselves is like comparing a flower to a volcano. The Matre are extremely dangerous to us. They are very harsh. They are nasty. When I say nasty with it, you know what I mean? They scared. The people scared to talk about these things. They're scared. But the people who put this into the book won't scared. And the one who reading it ain't scared either. In 2017, you will see the beginning. In 2022, you will see the beginning of the end, unless you all change. All right, 2017, what started during 2017 up to 2018 to 2019? They started talking about this new virus. Sound familiar? 2022, what started happening? The heightened of sightings around the world, right? Okay, so they're saying you will see the beginning of the end unless you all change. All right, Illuminati pestis, all right, or pests, or whatever they call them. We have given you so much, and you have given yourself so little. No, what y'all have done is played God over us when we had free will the whole time. Don't let them gaslight you, because they full of crap. More crap than the turtle and the pigeon put together. Space and time are nothing. We are nothing. She is everything. She is everything. The mother, right? The earth, right? What you're living on. There are 834 known species at the same level that you humans were 3,000 years ago, right? And they are not very far away from you. We have shown you to some of them, like we have shown some of the others to you now and then, and they are afraid of you, of what you may become. The signs are all around you and above you and inside of you, in the fields, because God is within inside of you, right? In the fields, the sky, and the stars, and in the eyes of your children and your old ones, right? Of all species we have found in 3 universes, you are the one with the most suicidal thoughts. Damn, I didn't mean to say that word, but y'all see it. Hell, I ain't monetized anyways. They ain't finna do shit with it, but probably clip the lie. Your planet only has less than 1% of what many races that visit you want or need, but your planet is in the right place to all of them. Because see, when people can't bear with what's going on, they lose their job, they go home, take the whole family out, all types of bull crap, right? Or they feel some type of way about the way they living and go take out innocent people, right? That's the devil in them, man. You got to choose which one you want to be. Your planet only has less than 1% of what many races that visit you want or need. But your planet is in the right place to all of them, right? See, because we so important to them, right? That we not important, right? They want the resources. They want what we living on, what we was placed in, right? Children of the sun, huh? They want to take your birthright. They want to take what you was placed in. The important is that 1,000 races give to you is the same that you give to 1 grain of sand in the desert. Your planet just happens to be in the right place, sometimes the wrong place. Well, for one, they watch people decimated down here. They watch what was done to people back to back to back, though they did not stop the beings who integrated themselves in with the people and took over and causing these things. See, it's a harvest every time you see these mass situations where these beings get there, they derive the energy from. Understand what I'm saying? when they come collect loose during wartime and all these other times, right? Of great harvest, right? To them, right? So they want you to think that it's your fault that you being done. That's just like a predator doing a victim the way they do them and then blaming them for what they do to them. That's sick. That's why they all got to go. And that's why in due time they will be destroyed. You humans have been misled and you grew up too fast. Just like you learn to love a stranger after you meet him or meet her, right? Some of us have learned to love you. We will always protect you until the day you say no more. Well, seems to be they're not protecting anything because who's running the show down here? Reptiles, Grays, Grail, Monterey, the Mannings. Yeah. That's what's going on. They say until we say no more, right? Well, people been praying to Jesus, been praying to Yahuwah, been praying to Yahweh, been praying to Yahshua, been praying to Allah. Every deity there is, man has tried it. From Greek mythology to everything. And you telling us until we say no more. Who are we to believe? Your world is full of lions. Follow them. The council of fire will become the council of none. And then your planet will face the council of death. That's a true statement. That's a true statement because we're already in death. We've been dying 1,000 deaths every day. No other race ridicules other races and each other like yours do. Well, for one, it shouldn't have been no hate for another race that had the power to clean this up in the first place. That's all I can tell you. Soon 1 year will feel like 1 million to you. Yeah, it feels like 1,000,000 days in 1 day. And in Greece, you will find yours in our past. We didn't have dirty people down here covering up everything and just telling the truth for what it worth. Let people pick their own path. They want to be a damn devil, let them pick their path so they meet their end. If you want to be of God, then be that. Ye is gods. You see what I'm saying? We not the big G. But you get what I'm saying? We got a choice of how we want to carry it with people. We got a choice of who we believe in and how we believe. We got a choice of how we carry our hearts out here. We got a choice of how we treat people, right? You got a choice to be the damn devil of God. You got a choice because God is within you. I keep telling you this. People pick up the slack every day, and then some people put down the slack and become the devil every day. Look at the many crimes and heinous things and acts, the way people talk about people, the way people dog people out every day. You got a choice of what you want to be. Your destiny is written for you by your own path. You believe in many things that you do not see except for the only thing you do not see but should believe in, and it has always been all around you. You just chose to forget it. That's the true source. The true source. The one that never forsaked us. But we forgot and we were put into so many different forms of distractions down here. And they know how to distract you too, Jack. There is much worse than the race matre. We know it. We have seen them and we have seen what they have done. And they know about you humans. See, that's to put fear in you. We got the power, Jack. We got the power. We are the world. We are the children. There are so many of ours in you. There are many of us that you adore in places that you adore and in places that you hate. We could stop your sun from rising tomorrow. You hear this? They could stop our sun from rising. You hear this? 500 years and you are still lying to each other. 500 years. That's that infamous 400, 500 years crap, right? You see what's going on? Soon this dream of yours will end. I wonder who they really talking to. You have lost 1,000 years in the past 50 years. If you go to Mars, Mars will come to you. That is what they do. Your children that now live inside the moon do not miss you anymore. They stole them. See what I'm saying? They stole them, made them slaves. See what I'm saying? Everywhere and everything they do. Good God Almighty, boy. Like father, like son. Thousands of your children go missing every year, never to be found again, and yet you still expect your television to save them when inside of you, you already know the answer. You hearing this? Read that again. Thousands of your children go missing every year, never to be found again, and yet you still expect your television to save them when inside of you, you already know the answer. Yeah. Them people in high places who doing sacrificial rituals or giving the children up to these beings, giving up your egg, giving up your sperm to these beings. They made the deals. Don't let them gaslight you. We didn't sit down with nobody and make no packer. I hate when folks say you agreed to this. Bull. You see what I'm saying? You ain't agreed to this. Who in their right mind did? We got souls that carry on again and again and again and again, so we never die. But we can go to a dark, deep, dark place that nobody want to be. And there's other dimensions like this, right? Reptilians and Monterey killed him with your help. So who they talking about right here? Are they talking about Kennedy? Because they skipped over something here. So evidently, people fell for the crap like they falling for it now. Innocent secret sex and malevolent secret sex sectors, right? Or sections, right? And you adore them both. She is not inside of you anymore. The divine feminine. That's what they talking about. I'm telling you, man, when you read, put it together. We have died for you and still you fear us. That's why when you read the part in certain religious books and religious texts, it said, let us make them in our image. Oh, y'all skipped over that, huh? All right. We have died for you and still you fear us. Why threatening us if we came to you offering you long life? I don't believe in none of y'all. I'm going to tell you like that now. I don't, because as long as we've been down here suffering, could have been pulled us out of this. You kill each other every day in the name of saving each other, and you have been doing that since before we talked to you. Who you talk to? Because you talk to the governments and the people in control, the GOVs, the people in private sectors, agencies. You ain't talk to no real humans down here. And the ones who do come to people, they show them visions of calamity, distraction, catastrophes, tragic natural so-called disasters. And then we come to find out, like the movie Prometheus, that somebody else is causing most of the disasters that surround us. Then people bury their head in the book and don't look up. They don't put two and two together and use their own given mind of free will in their mind to have the intellect to think, hey, something wrong with this big picture right here. Why is there so much evil down here and it's been going on so long? And then everybody always offer their hand saying they're going to help us. Or like they said, hey, we want to enlighten you about God. The angels came to them and they said, no, we want technology. So who's to blame? It's not us. Yeah, people doing a lot of evil stuff down here, man. The Anunnaki created you once. They will not create you again. We will destroy you and the Anunnaki. And the time is near. 8 years in 1 day, 8 years in 1 day, 8 years in 1 day. Almost all races went to war, but not with themselves. Your modern gods are confused. Your ancient gods are forgotten. The people who place themselves as your gods is your GOVs. Look at the stars, and you will see us every day looking at you. If you look too far, you will see something you do not want to. I already been there. My mind never be the same. The notes and updates, it'll never be the same. A lot of ours won't never be the same, but it's the reason why we come to this knowledge and come into this knowledge that we come into. The Kurds showed up again in Washington, D.C. The Kurds are not supposed to be here. What is going on? Pleiadians in Bora Bora, Apis, Russia, and USA annoyed them again. See what I'm saying? So when they showed up over Washington, D.C., and then the Battle of Los Angeles, remember when they all showed up over Washington, D.C., over the White House? We got pictures of it. Huh? Y'all remember, right? Let's get to it. I bet you Google gonna work today. It's gonna work today. Let's see. UFOs around the White House, right? Let's get that picture right quick so I can show you. It's no games. Huh? Y'all see? Oh, yeah. There you go. Yeah. So who's in charge? Huh? They already made their deals. And that's why they damned for eternity. Ain't no redemption for them. I always tell you that in songs. Ain't no redemption. All the evil that's been done, all them trees that's been hung from, ain't no redemption. for those bloodlines. If your bloodline of that, I hate to tell you, ain't no redemption for that. You better find redemption through your own soul and through your own path if you have a soul. Because a lot of people are clones. Why did the Monterey accept their guilt for 2000? More planes are being ready for 2017. Then you start seeing all these planes falling out the sky out of nowhere. As somebody showing us a sign and force of war and showing us their force right in front of our face. And they cover it up. A black helicopter crashed into this plane as if they don't have terrain and gyroscope devices that keep them from clashing into each other. This is 2025 going into 2026, and the technologies they have are out of this world in the private sector. We see what we have in our sector of technology that they feed to us, baby pieces and baby spoons full of what they teach us, right? Especially with the phones. We jump from flip phones to learning touch screens and everything else in a matter of a short period of time. Within 20 years' time. Bush will do what Bush is told, like the ones before him. 3 more economies destroyed. Why don't people see it? In August 2013, USA, Tri-Alpha Market Road in Oregon, right? Want to see, watch 54.7371 degrees north, 55.9667 degrees east, August 27th. JFK had DNA from the first race called Yakim 3, right? So they're saying these beings on here, he supposed to be one of the good ones. Another thing I want to say, if you notice the video, but we got a video of Bush when he was in the White House and the reflection off the glass showed a gray behind him. That was what was controlling that being. And then when you looked in the eyes of that man, you seen it slits, even in his father's eyes. Oh, yeah. Why did they choose Putin to start the avalanche, right? The black will be white and the yellow will be red. First will be last, and last will be first. That's what they're selling you. These are some of the handwritten notes and updates found on the alien racist book pages. There are literally hundreds of them, about 3 or 4 in each page. We choose the ones that we deem more relevant, right? Otherwise, the publication would have thousands of pages. We may one day publish all notes. As Napoleon, Alexander, and Hitler did, so will the rest. How blind are people that they cannot see what's in the Grand Canyon? Okay. Grand Canyon. Why so militarized? And why it seems that other countries of people are walking down train tracks and coming through there to here. Connect London, Berlin, and Cairo, right? Or Cairo, right? 2 kilometers south from the Vatican, right? Small pink house, always for rent, never rent it. They keep it there. Good God Almighty. We seen that on the map. And we did videos on this pink house on TikTok years ago. Charla dos Telemprios, right? Why do Australian humans do not see September 23rd? September 23rd, Y'all remember that? Caravaggio, right, has it. The Pope and Castro met again last week with Monterey. See, these are devils. These are the demons of the earth we talk about. These are the devils, man. These are some of the fallen entities. And we can't even consider them angels. They nothing like it. The states are losing ground now. Funny, Putin used what? Medvedev, right? In front of everybody. Ha. She, right here. She, the one, right? Ever since humans and aliens started cohabitating Earth, the main question humans wanted to answer was, who created the universe and all of us? And we'll get into the book on the Inca and all that stuff, our ancestors. We'll get into that one day because I got them. God willing, I'm still here because I know they pissed. That question has been answered the same exact way by all the alien races that have spoken about it. The answer to that question has been sent several times by 2 different races to all human religious leaders throughout the centuries. The answer to that question has been sent several times by 2 different races to some human political leaders throughout the centuries. As far as we know, the last of those leaders to get the message was USA President JFK in October 3rd, 1963. Okay, the message was sent by these two races, Rame and Jeffro. They say that Jeffro took him out. That's what they was trying to say, but then people say the moderate. Then people say the reptilians. Then people say the reptor. People say the grays. We don't know who to believe in because all of them been full of, they've been full of it. They've been lying to us. Who can we believe? We can't trust none of y'all because y'all watched us go through what we go through. And you know it's good-hearted folk. You know it's people who got angelic spirits in them down here. Though you still stood to the side, to the wayside, and did nothing to pick us out of what we in and get rid of the parasites. They did nothing. They did nothing but tell us that, hey, y'all all wrong, screwed up down here, jacked up. And then you got these other people claiming to be the people of God and lying to your face and know they with the synagogue of Satan. And they know they going to burn in hell for it. Because the hell ain't nothing but another dimension. It ain't nothing like you described. Nothing they lied to us about in any text we read. It's nothing like that. Be slaves for life. Soul keep recycling in the same dimension, just like this one. The message, until it's destroyed. The message is both simple and complex, informative but raising questions of hope, but also of warning. And this is the message. This is a message of disambiguation, right? To all of you young men of the humankind. This is a message of redirection to all of you men of the humankind. This is a message to enliven the minds of you men of the humankind. This is a message that has been delivered from race to race since the beginning. Just like it was delivered to us, it is now passed to you. Where there were no man of the humankind, there were others of other kinds, right? This is a message to you as well, woman of the humankind. Only the first race has her purity. The woman was the first. You could tell that by the way the earth is. You know that the woman was the first. And you know who that woman was. Through all things come through that woman. The vessel. That's why they use the woman vessel till this day to steal eggs and harvest babies. Come on, man. I'm getting too saucy with this, man. All other races must live the grievous, patient, and laborious process of spiritual inner discovery and progression. I understand that to the most utmost respect. But why go through some of the worst and most? We can do without the evil. Our collective history and memory has suffered much in the past. It has been erased, manipulated, suffocated, shifted, changed, and molded according to the interests of a few on your planet as well as on ours, and the ones of other kinds in the past. To the leaders of kingdoms and countries and regions, look at your religious leaders. To the religious leaders, look at yourselves and the ones like you, leaders of other religions, all over your planet. Why do you wear your long robes and skirts and all manners of symbols that you do not understand? They gave them to them. Why do you religious leaders, man of the humankind, wear your long robes and skirts not knowing why? Who man of the humankind are you trying to be? Who man of the humankind are you trying to represent? You know what they're trying to represent. Look at them. They're representing the falsehoods, man. I'm sorry to tell you that. This page and images is not original to the book. It was added by myself and Petro to serve as an illustration. So it's showing you the different people and what they believe, but nobody ever seems to get it right and come together and say, hey, this is the real deal. This is what we're dealing with down here. You religious man of the humankind and you leaders of kingdoms and countries and regions, men of the humankind, have slowed your spiritual progress in half because you have divided your kind in half. No man of the humankind should destroy what the women of the humankind have created. Abortions and other things. The music frequencies. Destroy, kill each other. I got ops. This my ops. That's your ops. All of that there. Oh, I don't like this person because they skin color. So I'm going to put them from a tree. They trying to carry food into these countries, into these towns for these people who need food in there. But let me hang this man because I don't like his skin. And I believe in what I believe in. See what I'm saying? That's the infliction of evil and devilism that's on the earth. And therefore, it has to go. The people in it has to go. It has to be a change. That's why. That's why we are being called upon for judgment, because the evil here. And this is before all your religion. This was going to happen anyways. I don't care how many books you picked up. This is what's gonna happen anyways. This is non-sustainable. It's too many hands in the dirt playing. No man in humankind should destroy what a woman of the humankind have created. You have for many of your years relegated the women of the humankind to the role of slaves. See what I'm saying? Divine feminine, bro. And before your kind, many other kinds have done that. And before your kind, man of the humankind, many other kinds, we have warned about this. They have warned them about this stuff, man. For you to achieve what is yours, for you, man and woman of the humankind, to be closer to her, you must first become one kind. You must become one. Now look what you got on TikTok. What's going on? This one, that one, this and this one. This one disrespect that one. This one disrespect that one. This one cut this one low as they can cut them, far than tree roots. And you wonder why it's going to go the way it's going to go? Because guess what? The earth itself is a female. The earth itself is divine feminine. The earth itself will self-destruct like it's getting ready to do because it cannot self-sustain with the frequency and the evil that's down here in this earth in the presence of the people. Look what's been done to the children, man and women alike. Look at what they've been done to them through their minds since they've been young up until they get elders, right? Indoctrinated and taught all the wrong. But unlike many kinds before yours, you are on a path of spiritual self-destruction, never experienced or self-provoked by the other kinds before. See what I'm saying? And yet you are so young. The Anunnaki created you, but many kinds can destroy you. You have 2,000 more of your years to change. After that, man, of the humankind, it will be too late. Not too late for your survival, but too late for your salvation. Your spiritual salvation. See, here go that word come up. That's why I told you who you believe in. Because now they talking about salvation right here. And you hear that in a lot of your religious texts. The Council of Five can only keep you safe from other kinds, not from yourselves. See? Destroy, head for self-destruction. Self-destruction. You head for you see what I'm saying? And we know that you have been betrayed, misled, and mistreated. See what I'm saying? Been betrayed, misled, and mistreated. And the crazy part is we had a lot of artists in the beginning, in the 80s and early 90s, who sung about this oncoming of destruction, the manipulation of our youngins and the music and everything else around us, right? And we know that after thousands of your years, by means of infiltration, disguisement, and deceit, you, man of humankind, have been fooled to believe the unacceptable by races that do not wish you well. But before you, many other kinds suffered the same, and they too overcome what seemed impossible to overcome. Your strength is inside of you and all around you, even now. Your strength is in her, and she is inside of you, man and woman of the humankind, even now. And the answer is in the place that you, humankind, call Greece, and the answer is she, Artemis, Diana. And the answer has always been her. And the answer, man and woman of the humankind, has been the same to all kinds and all places. I don't know who this Artemis Diana is. I don't know who that is. But I know we not finna take on another deity of somebody. You get what I'm saying? We not finna do that. I would understand the divine feminine and the divine masculinity. I would definitely understand all of that. But when y'all keep showing me these comic book characters, and I grew up in school and I grew up as a young child seeing everybody who didn't look like me place the superheroes, some accept it, others don't. But the answer is only one, she. It has been this way from the beginning, and it will be this way, man and woman, from the humankind until the end. It has been this way here and in all four universes and dimensions. She has many names and many faces. What I tell you about them dimensions, and lives in many places. She is the creator, not the destroyer. In your planet, she was and is called Diana, or Goddess Diana. In other planets, she was called Alexi, right? She was also called on other planets Laxe, Dixe, and Tashe, right? To you of the humankind, she will always be Goddess Diana, right? So Diana, Michael Jackson song, huh? He was talking about Princess Diana or the Diana. Search for her, learn of and from her. She is the truth, the light, the beginning, but never the end. The creator never destroy. The one all of us came from and learn from your legendary Greek gods of old, as they all did exist, as you exist, as we do. Now, what pisses me off here is they backtrack and they say we all came from this deity. Once again, another deity. But then in the mid of the book, they say what? They say that the aliens, they don't know where they was created. They don't know how they was created. See what I'm saying? You got to pay attention. I read this stuff, but I read it. You feel me? And we are one, and she is the one. She is the one that you, religious man from the humankind, lost in your roles and memory, want to be and try to replicate. Man of the humankind, learn from her, the creator. All right? So these are their deities. And they always put a face and skin color on it, when the true one has always been here. But it's all good. It ain't no thing, because either we perish and learn, or we perish and burn. List of the popes to whom the message has been transmitted to: Cornelius, 3rd century; Matildas, 4th century; Calaxitus, right? 2nd, 12th century; John, 8th century, right here; Peeves, 19th century; John Paul, 20th century. And it's always, look, there's nobody else in power but y'all guys, man. I'm not trying to be funny, but that's why this shit going down the drain, because you got evil people in evil places, high places, principalities. We're dealing with spiritual warfare against the people who don't want to see nobody win. They just want to see their pockets line. They want to be in power. They want to be so empowered that they don't care if the world be destroyed behind them being in power. List of Islamic leaders to whom the message has been transmitted to. Once again, here we go. That's the list. I ain't even gonna try to pronounce none of them, even though I can. I'm just showing you. Once again, y'all leading this wrong. Final thoughts. Y'all remember this famous statue or sculpture right here, right? The future of the human race is not in our hands at this point in time. One day it might be. At that, we real humans can do right now is to gather all the information we can about these alien races and their habitats, right? To find out about their weaknesses and their strengths, so that when our future becomes our responsibility, we can be prepared to fight for it if needed, right? Today, we are just mere spectators watching the theater play, just like we say Truman Show, the stage. Some of us are watching it play completely unaware that what we are watching is real. The actors, aliens are real. See, the actors, aliens are real. See, actors, aliens, the play storyline is real. The stage and the props, alien worlds, alien ships, and odd cosmic events are real. Others know that what they are watching is real, but there's nothing that they can do about it. They cannot change the play, and certainly they cannot go to another theater where the play is more of their liking. The only thing they can do is watch. Others like you, me, your companion agents, and a few more worldwide are spectators taking the notes, right? They're taking notes about what is in front of them, about the play, about the actors, and about the setting and props. We are learning about and writing about everything we see, so that one day when we have an opportunity to change the storyline, we are prepared to do so. But beware, amongst the spectators, there are many that are not paying attention to the play. They are only watching the other spectators around them, especially the ones taking notes. And those spectators look just like you and me. They can be seated right beside you. Sometimes they even are the ones that gave you the ticket for the play, and sometimes they are your own parents. Wow. One of stages used by Pope Francis during his visit to Brazil, July 26, 2013. Once again, look, it's a craft in there, sitting right in there, cloaked, okay? In the mountain area, it's a stage with a big giant cross. Okay? That's the end of that. Look, folks, I'll be back hopefully later on today. Y'all shoot y'all boys some support down there. Use that Cash App at the bottom if you choose to use it, or the PayPal or whatever. I can put the QRC codes is still on my page. I did a live earlier today talking about it. So if you want to support me, you feel like it, you want to donate, I appreciate it. If you can't, you can't. I love you anyways. It don't matter. We'll be back with another one. Common sense and the sermon doesn't fall from trees, nor does it grow from one. It's been a great time learning with y'all, because like I said, I never read none of this. These books I'm pulling out in front of you, I leave off on the last page. This book is finished, of course, but I leave off on the last page of most of all these books, and I come right back in, and we're going to get back into strange creatures from time and space, We're going to read this book about the caverns, cauldrons, and concealed creatures. We're going to read this one about grey aliens and the soul, the harvesting the souls, so we can get into it deeper, because it's going to show you that a lot of these beings who've been telling us stuff, they have some aspects that you can say, it's believable. And then you have other aspects that you can look at and say, hell nah, hell to the nah. Nah, they lying to us. We got a destiny. We got to write it. We got to write our own destiny. And we got to get our minds together. More love, less hate, push peace. Let's go. Peace out.